Join me for the pledge.
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
If you will, please remain standing. We've invited Dr. Ed Thomas is honoring us tonight to share the invocation. Pastor Thomas has been a pastor with Spirit of Joy Lutheran Church since 2004. Thank you for joining us, Pastor.
Thank you. Thank you. And let us pray. Gracious Heavenly Father, we give you so much thanks for this wonderful community that we live in. Lord, you have blessed this place that we call home. Lord, we thank you for the families that are raising children in this community. And we give you thanks for every student and every teacher. Lord, we give you thanks for the police officers and firefighters and other first responders in our midst that watch over us each day. We give you thanks, Lord, for the business owners and the ways that they make it possible for our community to function and people to find employment. Lord, we give you thanks for those who serve us in a variety of ways, whether as at churches or doctors and nurses, those who serve by cutting grass and maintaining our roads. Lord, this night we give you so much thanks for those who sit before us this evening, who committed themselves to serving our community. Lord, may you guide them tonight in wise decisions as they listen and care for this community. And Lord, we give you thanks for each person gathered here tonight, for their dreams and aspirations for this place where they live. May they be heard and may their hopes be honored. Lord, be with us as we gather this night. And Lord, we thank you for the freedom of so many people from so many traditions to worship freely in this land. And as we gather tonight, we give you thanks that each can call on their understanding of you. And I give you thanks that I can pray freely in the name that I call on. And so I pray in the name of Jesus Christ. Amen.
Amen. Amen.
Alright, so as you may or may not have noticed, we have two signs, one for the public comments for the council meeting, and then one for public comments during the public hearing. So I will start with the council meeting public comments. If you would like to wait till later, just let me know. David Mount. Okay, and if you'll come up to the podium and state your name and address, and you have 3 minutes.
I want you to pull that up, right?
That's the one.
Okay.
name is David Mount, and I live at 1236 Waynewood Drive in Wesley Chapel. When the church was considering building on the 25-acre site, they met with area residents to explain the scope of what the church wanted to do. I was in agreement with their then vision and advocated approval to other residents of Champion Forest. I urged the Champion Forest Board of Directors to grant necessary sewer easement, which subsequently occurred. Now with the church's revised scope and the proposed additions, it is clear that even with the additional 8 acres subsequently purchased, the church chose the wrong location on a 2-lane local road for a large church, a K-12 school, gymnasium, and other associated site improvements. Has anyone ever seen a big church, a 650-student private school, on the same local road as an over 3,000 students public school? Unlike many of the previous speakers in this process, I actually live in the incorporated village of Wesley Chapel in a subdivision off Cuthbertson Road. Do any of the church leaders or employees live on or immediately off Cuthbertson Road? I've never heard any such statement. I will be directly impacted by increased traffic congestion. As a senior citizen, the speed at which emergency services can reach my residence is a real concern and not simply a generalized fear. A simple drive on Cuthbertson Road will reveal the limited horizontal sight distance where the church wants to put a new exit road, referenced as Access B. The video that is playing depicts the sight distance at Access B. A traffic signal may help exiting vehicles, but the fact remains that there is a limited sight distance, and it sure sounds like a dangerous traffic point to me. Will allowing this exit point be the result of a recent decision? In a December email message to church members, the pastor stated, quote, "We have confidence that the improvements will alleviate both current and future traffic concerns, even those outside of any additional traffic 5 Stones would create," unquote. But what if the improvements are insufficient? Will the church be obligated to make additional road improvements then? Or will residents have to suffer until NCDOT makes additional changes to Cuthbertson Road? The traffic impact analysis has many acronyms. Let me give you one more, not related to traffic, but certainly related to this process. PCDNA. Please, council, do not approve.
Madam Mayor and Council, again, I'm Madeline Trilling. I represent Five Stones and have throughout this process. We have to object to the use of the public hearing time as an opportunity for opposition to present what's clearly evidence in this context. Just want to state that for the record, and also the use of labeled testimony regarding traffic is not permitted by statute. Thank you.
I mean, I would just follow up and say that this is the public comment period, right? That's not evidence that's to be used by you all in the public hearing. That's a statement by a resident of the village, and you can hear it just like you hear any other public comment, but that's not part of the public hearing, and it's not evidence.
Next on the list is Linda Mount.
My name is Linda Mount. I'm at 1236 Waynewood Drive, Wesley Chapel. It's okay. Every school morning, there's a backup of cars turning left from Cuthbertson Road into the high school. This occurs even with 2 left turn lanes and a long stacking lane before that traffic signal there. And the traffic impact analysis for Five Stones does not suggest increasing the current 4-car stacking from the left turn on Cuthbertson Road into Five Stones. Councilmember Cuomo asked Mr. Woodline of the Design Resource Group about the non-increase in stacking and was told it was not necessary. With 5 cars waiting to turn left, there is already stopped westbound traffic on Cuthbertson Road, 2-lane road. The traffic impact analysis states that there is sufficient stacking space on the Five Stones site and shows a pickup drop-off zone on the southwest side of the site. The stacking snakes around the parking lot of the property for 3,200 feet. Pickup drop-off zone is close to property border with Champion Forest and are common open space in no residence. How long will it be before people tire of the long line at Five Stones and decide to pickup drop-off students on Dawson Drive in Champion Forest? Soon access to do so will require trespassing on Champion Forest property to and other potential liability issues. What will Five Stones Church do to prevent or correct this? Necessity from Fairfax Farm Road Fairfax Farm neighborhood is challenging already. Traffic impact analysis seems silent on the issue for that.
Madam Mayor and Council, I have to raise the same objection, also especially speculation that this was posed.
That brings us to Stacy Larson. Lily. You want your ad name on the next one?
Yeah.
Eric Austin.
Yes, please.
So Tim Price. Tim Price.
No.
No, you don't want to speak, or no?
I don't want to speak.
Bethany Mosteller.
Bethany Mosteller, 2013, Taylor Drive. When you hear mention of Stepping Stones Preschool, you hear of a loving and Christ-centered atmosphere, positive and nurturing environment, thriving students, and a place of excellence. This preschool has become an anchor in our community and has impacted over 1,000 children and their families since opening in 2017. The accolades of Best Preschool in Union County for 2 years in a row speak for itself, but to be on the receiving end is an even greater reward. This is the third year our daughter has attended here, and our son is in his first year as a toddler. They're being rooted in the truth, raised up and encouraged by their teachers, and are growing in educational journeys. They're learning lessons far beyond their ABCs and 1, 2, 3s, like how to love others and extend grace, and what it means to be generous and patient with classmates. Our children will know who their Savior is, and having their early schooling be paralleled with the principles we're instilling at home is priceless. The efforts made by Debbie and her staff do not go unnoticed. When asked my daughter what she loved about school, she says playing on the playground, learning about Jesus, and singing songs. Just this past weekend, Stepping Stones dads were invited by the church to a daddy-daughter dance. My daughter danced the night away with her daddy while enjoying crafts, sweet treats, and a little pampering. This was not only a thoughtful event, it was intentional. Dads were encouraged to have meaningful conversations with their girls, to take them to dinner, get dressed up, and share a special night together. Then they challenged dads to continue investing in their daughters often. What a powerful message. As a community, it's our responsibility to provide opportunities for children to learn and grow. In doing some research, thanks to the 2020 census, Waxhaw has seen 134.6% growth since the 2010 census, while the city of Wesley Chapel has seen 29.5% growth. I know these numbers do not speak to the number of preschoolers, but it goes without saying we are living in a booming area. People want to live here, and anchors like Stepping Stones are factors in people's decisions. How can we meet needs without further expansion? How can we see new developing happening in our area and not recognize that growth in other areas, such as churches and educational facilities, are also needed? There is a desire for children to attend this preschool. There continues to be a wait list with daily phone calls inquiring about availability. With enrollment currently underway, every family who has children who can re-enroll have done so except for 2 families. One is moving, and the other one now requires full-time child care. This speaks volumes. please take a moment to recognize that this school is set apart. It is dedicated to promoting excellence and is prepared to move forward ministering to its communities. You have a church positioned and ready to make this a reality. Your choice tonight doesn't just impact those of us here, it impacts future generations. Generations of children who will know what it means to be loved, how to show compassion, and the importance of giving back to the local community. My prayer is that you allow for the expansion of Five Stones Church and their ministry of Stepping Stone Preschool. Thank you for your time.
If you have to disregard the other opinions, you have to disregard those too.
William Commuter. Michael Sherman.
Is this just the 3 minutes? I'll wait.
Richard Stevens.
I'll wait.
So that brings us to additions, deletions, and adoption of agenda. I would like to add item 12A, closed session. Does anybody have anything else they would like to add?
Make a motion to approve that addition.
Second.
Any further discussion? All in favor? So I'll entertain a motion for the approval of our consent.
Second.
Any further discussion? All in favor? Okay, so that brings us to our planning board report and any comments from our planner. Is John here? He's not.
We had a good planning board meeting last month. We primarily discussed the current permitting requirements, particularly as it pertained to single-family dwellings and even more specifically to accessory structures on those lots containing single-family dwellings, and the requirements for things like surveys and when and the timing of those and the number that would be necessary to have required for each stage of the process. That was the main focus of the planning board meeting. We decided to explore that a little bit further with them this month. Besides that, it was a fairly uneventful month.
Deb's going to talk about it later in her council comments, but we might have something we want you to add to the agenda, specifically like the clear cutting ordinance that planning board previously approved and it never quite made its way to council somehow. But she has that information.
Okay.
She'll share with you. She'll speak to it in her public comment.
Sounds good.
Anybody have any questions for Lauren?
Are there any time-sensitive elements to the discussion that the planning board had last month? I.e., are there any...
On permitting?
Yes.
Not particularly. It's more just recurring things that come up with Cheryl and Amy as they're doing the permitting, and what should be required when, and the burden that places on certain homeowners who are doing fairly minor things sometimes.
But as far as we know, we don't have any residents that are waiting.
No.
Okay, that was my question.
Any further questions for Lauren? Anything else, Lauren?
Nope, I'll be quiet.
Okay, that brings us to our finance officer's report.
Okay, you have the January financial reports. And during the month of January, I did make a budget amendment. I moved $520 to safety supplies, $280 to travel, and $200 to seminars for Park and Rec, and I took $1,000 to fund all those from Park and Rec event services. Also, since month end, we did receive a credit on the Park and Rec water bill of $440.
Well, what was that compared to the bill when we had the water leak?
I think the bill was like $920. Yeah.
So 9.5.
No.
Wish I'd found it earlier.
So you have the monthly financial statements. Sales and use taxes continuing to come in at a good rate. We paid for the third quarter of the deputy during the month, and we paid the election bill. We made a payment on the comprehensive plan contract. We're almost at half of that expenditure. And nothing else real out of the ordinary. We spent $620 on the tools for the park employee that you had approved before this. On the American Rescue Plan, now that we have the final rule, we've had some meetings with the School of Government, and there's another one this Friday, but what they are strongly recommending is that you use the money to reimburse the general fund for staff salaries, because there's less strings attached with those monies. They'll be easier to do that. You don't have as many purchasing requirements, and that will free up money in the general fund, which you then can use on anything you might have done directly from the American Rescue Plan, but it won't have quite as many requirements on it. So that is what their strong emphasis was. I did ask them, because we're not real salary heavy here, and I'd asked them about using it for deputies, and they said that would entail a subcontractor contract. It didn't sound like it would be easy. But I did send Kara Malanzi at the School of Government an email this morning and asked her what about, I was trying to think of things that we can't really bid out, things like utility bills, dues for League of Municipalities and School of Government and crypto, election expense. So I did send her an email asking her about those kinds of things, trying to get more things so that we can recoup all the money. But that is definitely the way they're encouraging everyone to do.
But nobody actually didn't get a paycheck based on.
No, this is just reimbursing the general fund for expenditures that we have and do pay, but we can do it for the next through 2024. So, and that our money is 570,000. I'll just say roughly. So, to accumulate that much, we're going to need that much of expenditures over the next couple of years, so that you will then have that 570,000, whether you need to do it for a project at the park or whatever you choose to use it for. You can do it, and you will have a few less strings attached.
There may be more strings attached to it, but we have one big bill coming up for the park that it makes sense to use it on the big major expense we have.
Well,
no repairs to the dam.
There's some very good reasons not to, because we would have to go. There's just a whole slew of reasons why we might not want to do it directly. We can still do it, but
probably more hoops we have to jump through. But
hoops that may not even work. Yeah, I think we'll maybe talk about that at another meeting, future meeting. Yeah.
When do you expect to get a response? Do you hope to get a response soon on your questions? And thank you for being creative and asking about every opportunity.
It's just a slow process. We had a meeting last Friday, and I did ask. I put in about utilities, and they didn't answer it. And so I sent her a direct email, and hoping that, I know she's getting hundreds of emails, that it would give her some fuel for maybe that she will address it this week. So there was a cost, what was that called? Uniform guidance cost. Anyway, Amanda and I went through and came up with who we thought the roles would belong to, and we did send it to George for review, so he'll be reviewing that back to us. So I'm doing everything I can, although it's a snail's pace.
We haven't spent any money at this point.
No.
And we'll come to council before that.
Oh, certainly. Yeah. The other thing is you have the audit reports. We had sent it out. I don't think I had any questions, but if anybody has any questions, I'd be glad to try to answer them.
In the past year, we've had the auditor actually appear before council at a council meeting and give a synopsis. Are we going to continue that, or?
We can do that. I had talked to her, and knowing that we would have a full house tonight, it didn't seem like the best night for that to happen. So do you want her to come next month?
I'll leave that up to the rest of council.
I've never seen her last year. No.
I think with COVID, that was probably the reason. Typically, the person doing the audit shows up and gives a synopsis of the report.
And Cheryl had asked her to come, I said, not tonight, not tonight, not tonight.
I can see if she can come next month.
I'm not specifically requesting it unless I want to see how the rest of the council feels about that.
I like to read the report first.
I mean, I just got this on my mailbox this afternoon. So,
Well, just let me know any specific questions. And if you want her to come, and then I can pass the questions and the request to her. Okay. That's all I have.
That's all you have?
Mm-hmm.
I just have one quick question, Cheryl. I noticed there was an expenditure of about $450 to repair Amy's computer.
Mm-hmm.
How old are the computers and what was wrong?
There was a problem. Amy had complained that every time she would come in the morning and her computer would be doing updates, and I didn't know why, and I had him take the computer and fix it, and apparently the computer was being told update after work, and then it was also being told shut off after work. So that's why it never got done. So he took it and
that cost
fixed things. I'm not saying that's the only thing, but he went through it and he worked on it.
Okay, so it was just software issues.
Software issues. Mm-hmm.
Any other questions for Cheryl? All right, so that brings us to the Parks and Rec report. As far as I would like to talk, I'd also like to say we just very recently received notification letter of the High Hazard Dam with 90 days to get our EAP. So Cheryl and I have a call Friday asking for an extension. So I would like to defer all talk about the dam and call a special meeting for next week, maybe Tuesday night. David had a conflict on Monday. But we can discuss times and dates later, but to kind of go through what that process is going to look like and some of the information regarding.
Okay. Sure. I've got 4 items. I'll try and keep it relatively brief. The first one, if you don't mind passing those down. First one is an Eagle Scout project. The Eagle Scout came up with this project, presented it to the Park and Rec Committee to see if there would be some interest. The Park and Rec Committee unanimously supported it. It's basically a little workout area, I guess you could call that. So it's actually quite small. This is actually one that is over at the elementary school, which can't be used by the students before or after school or anything else. They don't want anybody on the program, on the grounds. So he came up with this idea. I thought it was a great idea. Again, presented it to the Park and Rec Committee. It's really three pieces of apparatus and in one, and they'll be kind of attached to each other, so should hold up. The materials are yet to be determined. We're going to go through the process. He's going right now before his PAC leadership to get approvals, and then he'll meet with Cheryl and present the package as normal. We do the council. He did a very nice. It's a very compact job so far, obviously. We think we have a potential location. We will walk it out, but it is somewhat towards the wooden dam on the actual inside of the walkway, a little bit before you get to the dam, not the dam, but the wooden bridge. So, at least that's the initial idea, and, you know, again, I'll present the idea before you have a question for you. I'm sure he'll be any particular thoughts or questions from you? Sure.
I mean, maybe we'll know more about the time he comes before us, but depending on the dam remediation, what is required, I'm really thinking about location close to that area.
Yeah, by the wooden bridge, not
The other
I
end.
said dam, the wooden bridge,
Oh, okay.
the other end of the water.
Sorry.
So again, I think it's a good project. The other thing is gets the youth involved and makes them part of the process, which is the whole idea. So they'll help watch out for the park as well. The second thing is we agreed to meet with Southbrook Church, to reach out to Southbrook Church to see if they're interested in doing an Easter event. They are. They were very excited about it again. Instead of doing it the Saturday before Easter, which would be the 16th, they're asking if they can do it a week earlier, which is the 9th, because both North and South Carolina, I think, have their spring break, Easter, the week after. So for attendance reasons, they asked for that. Typically for that event, we cover the deputies and porta-johns. Sinks. And the sinks group. So that would be the ask. They're going to pay for new banners. They want to get new banners. If council approves it, we'll come back with an entire budget. I know the timing is kind of a little tight again. They moved it up a week so you can sandwich a little bit more. But Mike, Jim, and Pam met with Kelly from Southbrook, and it was a good conversation. Like I said, everybody's kind of excited about it. It's always a well-attended event, and but I want to give you a preview when we just found out a week ago. Catching up with it.
So when you come to us, you'll have the full estimate here, based on all of that.
Absolutely.
Any reason that we might be within what we were considering the budget for events?
No. It's the normal budget. No, it's less because we're not going to pay for those banners. And we're updating last year's banners with a date. We're trying to be Pennywise. Sure. Okay, any other questions on that? Okay. They also brought up another event that they would like to do. May 21st is World Vision's Global Water Recognition Day. And they'd like to run a 6K race between their property and the park. 6K, why 6K, not 5K, etc., because that's the average distance people have to walk to get clean water in many parts of the world. That's the reason behind it. And I think it's a great idea. The Park and Rec Committee has not discussed this item. It just brought up a week ago. We'll be discussing it when we meet next Thursday. But wanted to at least let you guys know about it at this point. Okay, the last item is Union County has reached out to the Park and Rec Committee to do movie nights at the townships. I think it's a great idea. Originally, we talked a bit, I talked a little bit to the mayor about it. We originally talked a little bit about whether or not it'd be a town hall would be a good spot, whereas the parking might be a little better here. It will spread out a little better. You don't really have a good area to set up for it, I don't think, in my opinion. So it would, of course, be an early evening event, and they gave us series of dates. So I'm suggesting the park. Not to park across the Southbrook. We have the 48 spaces at the park at the paved area, and we have 48 spaces in the overflow parking in the green area, the green area right to the road there. There's lights all along there. They're on at night. They would provide sufficient lighting. So that's another 48 spaces, 96 in all. And then you've got the natural area of the amphitheater, the seating, audience, chairs, whatever, people will watch the movie. I did do a soft poll of the Park and Rec Committee. One of the dates is like September 30th, so this is way out. But wanted to give you guys a chance to think about it. It'd be like 7:15, 7:30 start time. And I think we looked into the movie, but I didn't really read that part of it yet. So I talked to the Park and Rec Committee. Again, I think it's a great idea. We kind of talked about things like that. And if Union County has the equipment and everything else and is willing to do that, which they are, like I said, they have about 10 different days, go out to October actually. But I think that one makes the most sense for us. That's really regarding what I talked to you about. Any particular question?
The movie night, or is the county looking to move that between municipalities every
Yes.
month? Okay.
Gotcha. The series of about 10 dates, I think, if I remember correctly. I didn't bring the print down, but. And I already soft polled the Park and Rec Committee to make sure we would be able to help support it. And September 30th was the next to last date, but the one that made the most sense for the majority of the
Do you have any other ideas for dates for other events this year?
No, our last meeting was a special meeting, so we have to stick to the agenda. And so we will be, we will be talking about that. We'll also be talking about adding to the Eagle Scout projects list, potential ideas for that. This one was not on the list, but that's fine. Again, it's creativity. We will be talking about many of these events, the Easter Project, the 6K race, and also the movie night for that matter. We haven't had a chance to discuss that. The rest of the agenda was pretty busy. It was kind enough to Cheryl to come down and give us an update on what was going on with the film. And that's moving forward. So if there's a time next week, if not, if you wouldn't mind me attending, that would be great. Anything else?
Closing comment after showing up as Santa a few months ago. I appreciate you not showing up as Cupid.
I wasn't wishing everybody happy Valentine's Day, but Cupid would be a little much for this watch. I think I do have done.
Well, thank you, guys. We appreciate it.
No worries, guys. Have a good night.
So at this time, council will continue the public hearing for Five Stones Church special use permit for 2004 amendment 2021-2. This public hearing is continuing from the last council meeting on January 10th. At this meeting, the applicant completed their initial presentation of evidence. As a reminder, I'm going to reread the nature of a quasi-judicial hearing. So this hearing is a quasi-judicial evidentiary hearing. That means it is like a court hearing. State law sets specific procedures and rules concerning how this board must make its decision. These rules are different from other types of land use decisions like rezoning cases. The board's discretion is limited. The board must base its decision upon competent, relevant, and substantial evidence in the record. A quasi-judicial decision is not a popularity contest. It is a decision constrained by the standards in the ordinance and based on the facts presented. If you will be speaking as a witness, please focus on the facts and standards, not personal preference or opinion. Participation is limited. This meeting is open to the public and everyone is welcome to watch. Parties withstanding have rights to participate fully. Parties may present evidence, call witnesses, and make legal arguments. Parties are limited to the applicant, the local government, and individuals who can show they will suffer special damages. Other individuals may serve as witnesses when called by the board. General witness testimony is limited to facts and not opinions. For certain topics, this board needs to hear opinion testimony from expert witnesses. These topics include projections about impacts on property values and projections about impacts of increased traffic. Individuals providing expert opinion must be qualified as experts and provide the factual evidence upon which they base their expert opinion. Witnesses must also swear and affirm their testimony.
Mr. Mayor, Madam Mayor, excuse me. Could George chime in here for just a second? Parties withstanding the definition?
I'm going to define it.
Okay.
So, Deb will excuse you. So, now council is going to evaluate parties withstanding who would like to participate in this public hearing. In accordance with state law, parties withstanding to participate in this public hearing are as follows. A person with a legal interest in the subject property, the applicant before the decision-making board, a person who suffers special damages as a result of the decision, an association organized to promote the interest of a particular area, so long as at least one member would have standing as an individual, and the association was not created in response to the development at issue. There is no simple test for standing. Rather, each case is a fact-specific inquiry. If you are an individual claiming standing, you must make a credible allegation of special damages. The board must make a finding as to whether or not the individual will suffer special damages. So if you believe you are a party withstanding, in a second, not right now, if you believe you're a party withstanding, we're going to ask you in a second to come forward, state your name, address, and the reason why you believe you have standing. And at that time, council will deliberate and only ask questions about specific to standing. And then we will vote on a determination of standing for each individual. Once we've decided who has standing, then we'll swear you in as a group. So these are, so if you believe you have, if you believe you are a party with standing, if you will please approach the witness.
Madam Mayor, as a procedural question, we had opportunity to ask questions of folks that council determines have standing. Is that right?
Do you mean to question whether or not they have standing, or if they're admitted as having standing as a party?
Both, really, but
I think both is fine. Okay.
To maybe make the process a little quicker, if council wants to eliminate folks that it knows don't have standing first, and then the folks that maybe on the fence about, we can ask questions. It's up to y'all.
Go one by one. I don't know.
Sure. Fair enough.
All right. So if you will come up and state your name and address and why you believe you have standing.
I'm William Houston, led the 1015 Helperson Road. There's only one property between me and Protestant Church. I basically rock it in my driveway and I see the sign. I'm affected by the traffic, particularly at 1 o'clock when all the malls come running down Helperson Road, line down there to pull in. And I'm affected by noise. Extremely loud, and I called the sheriff, called others concerning that. So I'm very concerned about the traffic, which directly impacts me. And from the church, I'm closer to Newtown. I'm sorry to make sure you know where I'm at. So it seems so self-evident to me that, I'm going to have a property value problem. I've already hired an appraiser. He's not done with the appraisal yet. He'll be here next session. The death is family. It's looking back 2 weeks out of the state. But he's already told me that there's concern with the property value. So I'm concerned about that. And so that's.
Do you have any questions for this individual?
I would say to qualify standing, just say you live close to the property. Okay. When I know that you're involved.
I'm sorry.
We don't have to justify why they do, we just need a motion to confirm or reject whether or not Mr. Rulli is a party with standing in this hearing. Do you have a question?
Yes, ma'am. To be clear, special damage is required that you suffer damages distinct from the rest of the community. I think Mr. Rulli has been here on a number of occasions before you all speaking about how traffic is going to affect everyone, and I haven't heard any evidence whatsoever that's going to be that council can consider at this juncture, which shows that you will be differently affected from the members of the community. What evidence do you have, Mr. Rulli?
Correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't think we're to the point where we have to pose the evidence.
He's not presenting evidence. He's giving you his reasons why he believes he has standing to be a party. She's giving you her argument as to why she believes he's not. You brought up proximity. Proximity is not the sole factor in determining standing. It's a host of factors that go together. There is, as the mayor pointed out, there is no one specific set of rules that determine standing. It's a fact by fact or case by case situation based on the facts. So while proximity is not the sole factor, it can be a factor in how you consider whether or not he or any of the other people have standing. So, and let me also say, she will, of course, have the if you were to decide that any of these people have standing and they present evidence, she will have the opportunity to object to what they're submitting on any number of bases as to why she believes their evidence might be irrelevant or otherwise.
I also submit to council that the hearsay with regard to whether the appraiser may or may not say is not sufficient for y'all to consider as part of Mr. Lewis' standing this time.
All right, so I need a motion to confirm or reject whether or not Mr. Rulli is a party with standing in this hearing.
A motion to confirm.
Second?
Second.
Any further discussion? All in favor?
What about your seats? That's not over.
Yes, sir.
I'm sorry, how did Lori vote?
Can you verify your vote?
So if you didn't vote, it's a
Go back
yes.
to your seat for now. Don't look for them.
I'm sorry. Okay.
Okay, so your name and address, please.
My name is Mike Termini, 1219 Cuthbertson Road, and my property abuts the proposed 8-acre parcel. Is there anything else you need?
Motion to approve.
What special damages do you believe you have?
I believe that I'm going to suffer multiple damages. Property value, noise, pollution, catastrophic traffic consequences. I've got a bunch of evidence for you. Questions?
Again, I think there's a lot of speculation there. At this point, in order to show standing, you have to show some sort of evidence which would provide a basis for your special damages. And I haven't seen anything at this juncture.
Based on geography, a motion to approve.
I'll second.
Any further discussion? All in favor?
Thank you.
Would you like me to go pitch it? I think she'll pitch it.
Just sit down for right now. It's going to take a little while. Thanks, Ed.
My name is Kerry Key. I live at 1123 Cuthbertson. 3 of the 4 sides of my property is over 900 linear feet directly adjoining 5 zones. So for all the exact same reasons everybody else has.
You want to save objection and again point out that proximity alone is not sufficient to establish standing.
Do you believe you will suffer special damages?
I absolutely will. And I'm shocked that the church wants to silence somebody that was next to me.
We're not talking about opinions now, we're talking about special damages. You believe you have damages above and beyond that?
Clearly.
Motion to approve.
So,
Any further discussion? All in favor? Okay, next.
My name is René Duarte. I'm the number one going to be affected with this thing. I speak a million times. I'm going to be right in front of their driveway. Had an accident 2 weeks ago on Sunday there. I went there to play with my kids on my land last Saturday. I got on my driveway. The trailer lay in the middle of my driveway. You want more disrespect than that? I had to remove the damn thing to be able to park my truck there because I don't have a lot of room. My gate is right here. And that driveway here and my driveway here, I'm building a 7,500 square foot house in there. What do you think my house is going to be worth if they build that damn thing over there? If they're going to prove, if you approve that thing, I'm not going to build in there. If they're going to pay $1 million for my land, I sell for them. These Egyptians are going to be the most affected in there. Nobody else in this room going to lose more money than me.
So you believe
how my daughter is going to be able to get out and drive with that damn drive in the morning and they're driving.
We're not talking about that right now.
Yeah.
But
I'm the number one effect in there.
So you believe you'll have special?
Of course. I'm in the front of the new driveway. Who else is going to be more affected than me? Nobody else in this room. I don't care what they say. I hate lawyers. You don't have respect. The church don't have respect. They never come
But right
out.
now we're having respect.
Understand?
Right?
I don't want to hear her.
Motion to approve.
Again, and I have to say some of these things, I hope you all understand for the record, I'm not trying to be contradictory or controversial, these are some things we have to preserve. So I'd like to lodge the same objection, also point out again, proximity is not sufficient to establish standing, and point out that lay witness testimony regarding valuation is inadequate as well.
Not suspicion. You're not going to believe in there.
All right, so any further discussion? All in favor? All right, next.
I'm Stacy Larson.
Eric Larson.
We live at 1131 Dawson Drive. We share a property line with Five Stones Church. Our biggest concern right now is the noise, and I have evidence tonight on flash drive about the noise that we hear on a regular basis, and we'll discuss more if you find this understanding, proximity, traffic, quality of life.
Motion to approve.
Same objection for the record.
Any further discussion? All in favor? Okay. Next.
Thank you. My name is Doug Barham. I live at 1112 Culbertson Road, right across the road from Firestone. I think this is about 4 or 5 times I've been here with the same issue. When we first started out with Firestone, everything was good until we came up and they decided they had to put a turning lane in.
Hold on, but wait, that's not what we're here to talk about yet. You have to say if you have special standing. You think you will suffer special damages from this project?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
And what do you
I think it's going to affect the price of my property when this is put in. From my understanding, maybe as much as 20%. And I feel like if they want to have a church of this size and a school of that size, I think that is wonderful. But I don't want them to have it on Culbertson Road.
Okay. We're not talking about that yet.
I understand. I understand.
Motion to approve.
Sorry, again, same objection.
Okay. Any further discussion?
Thank you.
All in favor?
David Wild, 1261 Greenwood Drive, Austin Chapel. Affected by the traffic position and congestion on Culbertson Road.
I'm sorry, could you repeat your name?
David Wild.
Thank you.
W-Y-L-D-E.
Thank you.
1261 Greenwood Drive. I will be affected by additional congestion on Culbertson Road.
Motion to approve the standing.
Sorry. Again, lodge same objection and point out that Lakeland's testimony regarding traffic is inadequate and these damages alleged are not distinct from the public at large.
Any further discussion? All in favor?
Thank you. My name is Dennis Gillespie. I live at 6520 Buggy Whip Lane in Fairfax Farm, which is the neighborhood that actually backs up to the church. And I think I will definitely be affected, number one, by the noise of the church with additional people. Number two, it has been a nightmare trying to pull out of our neighborhood to go to Waxhaw. Ever since the high school and
middle school opened up, I think will detrimentally affect the property value back here.
All right.
Like the large thing there. No later in the testimony with regard to traffic or property valuations in North Carolina or extension.
Motion to approve. Stand.
Any further discussion? All in favor?
Thank you.
Next.
My name is David Mount. I live at 1246 Wynwood Drive. I will be impacted by additional traffic, and I'm particularly concerned about the response time for emergency services to my house as a result.
Motion to approve for standing.
Second.
That's the largest single objection.
Thank you. Any further discussion? All in favor? Next.
Good evening. My name is Soraya Soni. I live on 1824 Mill Chase Lane in Waxhaw in the Lawson community. So my backyard faces Cuthbertson Road. And so my concern is I just moved here last year knowing there was going to be a street behind my house. But also there's going to be a library built. There's also going to be a townhouse built and another senior community all on Cuthbertson Road. Then I also hear about a church being, a school, a charter school being built at the church. There is already a lot of traffic on Cuthbertson Road. I work from home. I'm a nurse. So my concern is I have 2 kids. One has asthma. There's going to be a lot more pollution in that street area with all the traffic that's going to be coming, with all these new developments. I just don't see how the city can continue to build more and more.
Is it traffic concerns?
Traffic concerns, big time. Safety concerns. There's a lot of children in Lawson.
Motion to approve.
Sorry.
And the noise.
You'll get your chance. You're going to come back up before we just now.
I'd like to lodge an objection for the record. Thank you.
Any further discussion? All in favor? Next.
Hello, Council. Richard Stevens, President of the Champion Forest Homeowners Association. We believe our home values will be grossly affected by several different issues associated with the expansion of the church.
Do you represent the HOA or yourself?
Both.
I object. There's no public meeting. I live in Champion Forest. There was no public meeting on this. Richard, you can't claim that. You're representing yourself. Sure you can, Richard.
North Carolina bar opinions permit lay cases or folks that are not attorneys from acting in a representative capacity in front of the future board. So I point out that's inappropriate.
That's totally accurate. A representative of an entity can give factual testimony if authorized by the entity. Otherwise, they have to act in their individual capacity.
If I have a list of homeowners that want me to represent them,
you cannot represent people unless you can give factual testimony if you're so authorized by an entity, but you cannot. That's the practice of law. So it's up to council to determine whether or not you're willing to accept that. But as your lawyer, I have to advise you that anyone representing someone other than themselves is the unauthorized practice of law in the state.
So I live at 2015 Bower Place in Champion Forest, and I represent myself.
Based on George's explanation and your change in what kind of word I was speaking there, a motion to approve.
Sorry, I apologize. What special damages did you allege that you would suffer, Mr. Stevens?
Sound, light, property devaluation.
Okay. Again, do you have any documentation with this?
We will have.
That's a large statement objection for the record.
All right. Any further discussion? All in favor? Next.
I'm Lori Jack, 916 Farm Creek Road. So I'm at the corner of Newtown and Cuthbertson on Fairfax Farms. I'm unable to safely pull in and out of my neighborhood when the time is 7:30 in the morning to 9:30, and I safely cannot pull out of my neighborhood between the times of 2 o'clock and 5 o'clock. It's a safety issue for me and my family pulling in and out of the neighborhood, and the traffic congestion and my property values are going to be affected.
Motion to approve.
Any further discussion? All in favor? All right. Anyone else? Anyone else want to be a person with standing? Okay. All right, so if you were approved to be a person with standing, if you will come up and get sworn in.
If you want to symbolically put your left hand out as if it were on the Bible. Do you swear that the evidence that you are about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help you God.
I do.
Thank you.
Please note that anyone does not have standing. There will be a public comment period after this. Remember, I have the sign-in sheet. But the public comments are not evidence and will not be considered by council in their decision. So, just call them up one at a time, George.
Yeah, take them in the order you heard them.
All right, so I will call Mr. William Murray to the stand.
Mike, there's no time limit.
There's no time.
Oh, no.
Yeah, how long do you guys have? Personally, I just have facts for you. So, I don't know that. You're right, the book is a good thing to have. I did buy the book and read it, so very enlightening. We actually did, when I say we, several of the neighbors got together with an attorney by the name of Ken Swain. We have spent a lot of money already. We couldn't afford to have him here this evening, but he did have him to help us in preparation to be able to just understand what the facts are and evidence. So hopefully I won't get you monotone in my presentation, but that's going to be basically just facts.
Whenever you pass out to us, will you be passing anything out?
Yes, I have one for each of you. Yeah, I think I've got it for.
And any document must be submitted in as evidence, right?
Yeah, he should offer whatever he wants to be in evidence. He should offer it, and you guys accept it, just like happened with the applicant.
All right. First thing I want to do is present the expert, Mr. Jerome McKibben. He's McKibben Demographics. He has a very impressive resume. He's a doctor. And they do the research for hundreds of schools and municipalities and those types of things. He
Objective representations that are being made about Mr. McKibben, his expertise, if he's not here to speak to that himself.
I think it's self-evident. It's from his website. I don't know. Did he lie? I hope not.
So you're just presenting
that he's an expert.
You're not going to speak on anything that he is.
No. You'll see.
So I'm confused. If he's not here, and you're not going to speak to what he's an expert in.
Okay. Well. From his website,
Mr. Rulli, can I get one?
let me see if I can. Oh, sure. Thank you. Well, what I'd like to say about him is that
Thank you.
His firm was hired by Union County Public Schools, and they did a demographic study to determine the need for schools in Union County. And I reached out to the superintendent of schools. I'm sorry, I can't remember his name. He directed me to a gentleman by the name of David Burnett. David Burnett holds the information provided by the McKibben report. So the reason that I provide you information on the McKibben is to show you that he has a very long resume on himself, where he's gone to college, where he's gone to school, projects that he's done. And so I just thought that would be good research to know where he came from, who he is. So he's the one who's responsible for the report. And so I got a letter written to me from Union County Public Schools, and I'm going to read it here in a second. And, sure, I'll give you one copy in just a second. I'll give you one, sir. Okay? And you can read along if you want. We'll work it out.
Now, hold on a minute. She's entitled to see it. She doesn't have to look over your shoulder. Can you give her a copy? Somebody.
Not trying to.
Eventually.
Not trying to select you, but I might not have all of it, just but I can give it to you. It's not a word. We'll take care of it. Says in response to your comment, you provide the following information. Union County Public Schools commissioned McKibben Demographics Research LLC to produce a population enrollment forecast for the period 2021 to 2031. The report notes the residential total fertility rate for the Union County Public Schools over the life of the forecast is below replacement level, 1.91 versus the replacement level of 2.1. And notes several factors for the district's enrollment to stabilize over the next 10 years. Dr. McKibben also notes the total district enrollment is forecast to increase by 321 students, or 0.8%, between 2020 and 2021 and 2025 and 2026. Total enrollment will decrease by 326 students, or minus 0.08, from 2025 to 2026 to 2030 and 2031. And then they have the report. Largely based on the 2017 McKibben study, Union County Public Schools did not include any new construction in its 10-year capital needs plan submitted in January of 2021. They've not requested any new schools, and no capital bonds have been requested. The capital bonds that will take shape will be not for new schools, but they will be for capital improvements to replacement for the construction of the schools that they already have. So essentially what we've got, I think I gave this one to Cheryl, is when I talked with Mr. Burnett. Oh, you already have one?
I got one.
Okay, you got one. Good. Sorry. I'm sorry, I meant to make that one.
Mr. Rulli, may I interject real quick just to ask a question so that the council understands? Are you attempting to submit Dr. McKibben as an expert and the letter referencing Dr. McKibben's report as evidence?
Yes.
Let them know.
Yes, absolutely. Absolutely. There's Union County is stabilized. There are some schools that are as little as 70% occupied.
Excuse me just a second.
Yes.
Because I'm sure she's about to chime in.
Okay.
If you can give us the report and you can give us the person that created the report, I don't think you can give us a summary of his report.
Okay. Cool. Enough said.
Also, just briefly, thank you, Councilman Brown. I'm not sure what capacity Mr. Wu is trying to submit that Mr. McKibben is an expert in, but I also would note that I don't have Mr. McKibben's report or anything. There's a number of documents referenced in this letter which I don't have, and I don't believe have been submitted to evidence. We have a right to cross-examine witnesses that are presented against us, and without Mr. McKibben here, I don't think we could do that.
Now, side with the lawyer.
Okay, cool. Well, I don't think we. Okay.
Maybe also.
Let's back on. Can we back up just a sec? Mike, obviously your opinion matters, but the council makes decisions on the admission or inadmissibility of evidence in this hearing, right? And so she made an objection to the admission to his offering as an expert. And I'm sorry, I was talking to Vaughn. I didn't hear the rest.
No, that's okay.
But the council needs to make a ruling on her objection specifically. So if you could maybe restate what your objections were.
Sure. Just as a note, can we mark or number these? Are we on? I think we're on 12, right? Ms. Bennett.
I thought we did 10, and then this would be 11 and 12. 11 and 12.
Just for purposes of referencing for the record, can we call this McKibben document 11, and then the letter of November 16th, 2021, 12, just so I can make sense of it.
Yeah, no worries.
With regard to the submission of Mr. McKibben as an expert, I have to object to the fact that he's not here to speak to his credentials. I'm not even frankly certain what is being submitted as an expert in, but due process requires that we have the right to cross-examine folks that are presented testimony against us. Without Mr. McKibben's presence here, we're unable to do that at this juncture. I also have an objection to Exhibit 11, but I'll...
So Council, we have to have a motion to enter or not enter the evidence?
Yes. Well, in this case, the objection is whether or not to accept Dr. McKibben as an expert. And I think she's going to have a subsequent objection too, but it sounds like it.
Doing one at a time?
Yes.
Okay. So do I have a motion to accept or deny Dr. McKibben as an expert?
A motion to deny.
I'd just like to ask, you could agree with her statement that he's not here to be cross-examined, and that's not something we should be considering?
Generally speaking, yeah. So as we've probably discussed before, this is a quasi-judicial hearing. You do not, which doesn't mean that you follow the strict rules of evidence as you would in court. This would not be allowed in court. This would be an inadmissible because he's not here to testify and he hasn't been qualified as a witness. She hasn't had the opportunity to examine. It is a quasi-judicial proceeding, so the rules of evidence are lessened, but you still follow them. So that's really all I can say. I'm not the fact finder. I'm not the judge. So take that for what it is. How's that for a lawyer answer?
I'm totally good with withdrawing that. All I really want to do was submit the letter from David Byrne.
One issue at a time. So we have a motion, so we're really not supposed to be talking. We have to accept it. Second. Okay, any further discussion? So all in favor of not accepting Dr. McKibben as an expert?
Thank y'all. And then with respect to Exhibit 12, which I believe is still being submitted, is that right?
Right, yeah, the letter. I've got a letter.
I'd have to, first of all, I'm not really sure the relevance of Exhibit 12, but also, again, we have the same problem. Mr. Dave Burnett is not here for us to cross-examine, and there's a number of documents in here, 2021, 2031 population enrollment forecast, 2017 McKibben study, capital needs plan, 2020 capital bond request, 2022 capital bond request, which have not been submitted and which we haven't had the opportunity to review and prepare for cross-examination. So for those reasons, we object to Exhibit 12 as well.
A motion to deny Exhibit 12 as well.
Any further discussion? All in favor of denying Exhibit 12? Do you have anything else?
I do. I do. I know it's anybody's right to buy property anywhere they have money and whatever ability to do it. I, however, though, wonder, as a town, as a entity, if we automatically, that's not the right word, if we can assume that if we add it to an additional property and they purchase 8 acres, which is great, buy the land they want, but it seems unusual to me that someone would purchase something and not have the zoning in place for what they want to use it for. And I don't think by any stretch of imagination that they're not very well aware of that particular aspect of real estate. And I have a concern that as a town, that someone they would set a precedent if someone's bought, in this case, 8 acres and just came up with a big plan to do something with it without getting zoning first or some kind of idea you could get zoning first. And so that's just a concern that I have, because I just it doesn't make sense to me when somebody would do that. And I'm sure she regrets to that comment. So go ahead and get done with whatever you're going to do, and I'll keep going.
Fair enough. I would certainly object at this juncture. Again, factual presentations are permitted by parties withstanding as counsel's determines really to have, and wondering and assumptions are certainly not valid evidence for council to consider at this juncture. Also, I'd note that churches and schools are allowed in the authority zoning, which this council applied upon annexation of this property in 2020, finding it consistent with the land use plan and the town's long-term goals.
It is allowed, but it's not by right.
It's allowed by right with a special use permit.
With a special use permit, okay. Yeah, okay. Thank you. That's what I want to get across. I have something that I want everybody to see, because we've been seeing lots of plans that don't show the neighborhood.
So you're entering,
I want to enter into evidence. I took this to the UPS store in Wedding.
That'll be number 13?
Number 13. And I had them to shrink down Five Stones site, put it on there, so that you guys can...
You should pass this out to everybody before you start.
Oh, yeah, sorry. There's a larger one behind it. So it makes it a little easier to see.
We need to share so you have one for that one.
Yes, if you would, please, yes. Hold on. And you can see, that one's kind of small. Yes, absolutely. And then that's a bigger one. Again, I have the UPS store to do it. So what I wanted to see is I want everybody to see what's around it. And look at what the neighborhood looks like around it. That looks like a commercial development to me.
You stating facts or opinions?
That's the fact. I'll tell you why. I did a study.
Could you explain what Exhibit 13 is first?
What's that?
Just could you explain what it is?
Sorry. That is the current GIS of the surrounding homes. This is Champion Forest, and this is me right there. And it is just so that people get an idea, because see, all we see so far is just this site plan, and it's all green, and we know that's not the case. So I just want them to see it. I think that's a fact. I think it's evidence that I just want them to see what's around there.
So I'm clear, did you attempt to superimpose the site plan on top of the GIS?
I had to do it at the UPS store in Weddington.
Yes.
So they could scale it and get it on there. So they did a good job.
It's the first and second page, same thing.
They're the same thing. It's just a little easier to read on the second page.
Yeah. Thank you. I just wanted the origins of this.
Absolutely. Okay, now I have. Joe, I'm going to give you this because it's got all of my research in it.
Research about, do you have copies of this for everyone, Mr. Rule?
I do.
Okay.
There we go. I'm going to need to go over these here. Let me get one of these now.
What else is in that binder?
Oh, you've already got that. What I do is these are the summary sheets, but all of my research is in the binder, and we can get that for you if you need it.
Yes, I do need it.
So.
What's your last one?
No, then you can have this one.
It looks like it's just like the print of the back
Yeah.
for all that.
I'd like to have all.
Do you have additional copies of the backup?
Yeah, I can make one. I get one to show.
No, I mean do you have it for them to look at? Are you just submitting the first 2 pages, or are you?
I'm submitting the first 2 pages. I just didn't want to make copies of all of that.
Okay, but are you intending to submit everything as evidence?
Yes.
Okay, and you don't have any other copies right now?
No, I just. Yeah, but I can get them to you. It's not. Absolutely.
We have to object to the consideration of this document at this time. We're entitled to review any evidence, reported evidence that's submitted, and without you all having one and me having one, it makes it difficult.
What is this document? What's it showing?
Okay, what is it showing? It's simply, I took the 3 shopping centers here in Western China. Okay? And I figured out, based on the stuff that they're talking about here, the whole big part, is all research. Basically, I went on the GIS system and pulled the tax card on every property. I looked at the 3 different shopping centers. The Village Commons is the...
Sorry, before you get into the stats, research to show what? Tax value?
Oh, no. The second page. To show why I think it's more of a commercial size development than a residential appropriate size development.
So that's all this has been shown?
Correct.
Motion denied. Is it 13?
14.
Excuse me, 14.
Sorry.
14.
Let us over.
Relevance.
So.
I do have a question.
Yes.
For Mary Karen. So this is figures that you just put on a spreadsheet. If he had copies for everybody to consider ahead of time, would that be evidence?
Well, I mean, it's up to you all to determine what is admissible evidence at this hearing, right? And there's any number of ways that you can believe it is or it isn't. Ms. Trilling has given you some objections that you've supported, and I don't know that she specifically objected to this before Councilman Como made the motion. So I'm sorry to give you a little bit dancing answers, but I'm not the judge, so I'm just trying to give you as much guidance as I feel I can without making a decision on it myself, because that's not my role.
I understand the information that's provided here. I guess the question is the relevance.
And if you wanted to probe more on the admissibility of it and ask him why he believes it's relevant, you could do that, or you can continue with the motion.
Well, you showed us a map of the area where the church is and the surrounding areas. Now you're going down the street to show us the Harris Teeter, the Target, the other shopping centers. I don't understand how these are related.
Well, when I look at this, and this may have been enough right here, okay, then all I'm trying to say is that looks 141,000 square feet.
Not giving you a hard time. Not a fact.
141,000 square feet is not a fact?
Not a fact. Well, it's a fact that that was square footage. But I understand the point you're trying to make.
Okay.
But as a non-expert, I don't think that's a fact, in my opinion.
So I do believe in prior parts of this public hearing, it was mentioned more than once that some items were considered or not considered because the church was considered commercial. Some of your witnesses mentioned that.
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear that.
Yeah. One of your witnesses or two of your witnesses had mentioned when they were presenting their evidence that commercial is what applied to the church facility. I think it may have been the lighting expert. And so there's some information that was presented that it was like commercial. So I assume that was true at the time, so I don't see it such a stretch for the ruling to say this is how it compares to commercial. So, you can help me.
Yeah, Councilmember Bailey, I believe that was in the context of lighting. I believe that's pursuant to the village's policies. That being said, I'm not sure that lighting is what really is.
I'm just saying he heard.
Sure.
Commercial.
May I add one other thing too? Also remember that your role as the judge in this is to weigh the evidence submitted. So you don't have to. Once evidence is, you accept evidence and it's admitted and you accept it, you can still give it varying weight. It doesn't, just because you accept evidence into the record does not mean that you're giving it, the gold standard. So you're still weighing all the evidence. You're weighing the testimony and the evidence the applicant presented. You're weighing the testimony and the evidence that they presented. So it sounded like maybe you guys were under the impression that just by allowing the evidence to be submitted, you had to somehow take it as gospel, and that's not the case. I just wanted to make sure that was clear.
Yeah, I do think that it's, thinking about the information, whereas if it was the actual property card, to me, I was like, of course that's the right answer. It's probably the property card, or the interpretation of the property card, for example. But I'm just trying to get to why the commercial pieces connection. That's all.
Why are we learning this as we go? I'm just curious.
We don't do this every day.
You should really have a little bit of something behind you, especially when it comes to procedure.
Well,
you should understand.
Okay, well, you're out of order, so that's the first procedure. Okay.
Let us work the process.
Yeah.
So I had a motion on the floor. I don't think I got a second.
But we did have a second. We're now discussing it, which is also procedure. My understanding of what you're saying is that how I received this information was you were comparing the commercial size of the church property to the commercial that already exists in Western Chapel.
Yes, ma'am.
So this is Exhibit 14. Did we accept Exhibit 13?
I'd like to come back to that one if you...
Sure, let's go back to 13.
Okay, sure. I just just note that this document would require typically an engineer or a surveyor or an architect to speak to the positioning. It appears to me that the site plan is not correctly laid out on the property, but again, it would require something that would have a seal to accurately reflect. I don't think you can just kind of copy and paste a site plan on GIS or on the GIS printout and it would be assumed accurate. It also appears that the proportions are incorrect, which is again why you require a sealed document to show that.
And actually, wait, we do have a motion in a second. So we have, your motion was for number 14 to not be considered?
Correct.
Due to relevance.
And we had a second, which doesn't mean you have to vote that way. Any further discussion?
Yeah, I'm still a little bit confused as to how we are, Mr. Rulli, you can address this, how we're assigning tax value to whether it's a commercial or residential use. I'm having a tough time understanding that.
I just put a lot of information on that spreadsheet, sir. What I really wanted to show was the size of the square footage used per acre on the shopping centers and show that 5 stones at 148,000 square foot would be a 24/7 business.
All right, so we have a motion and a second, and now any further discussion? So, all in favor of not accepting item number 14 into evidence? So not accepting? Okay. All right, so item 14 will not be accepted into evidence. Item 13?
Motion to not accept item number 13 for relevance.
All right. We need a second to discuss.
I've got a question.
Yes, sir.
What is
Break a second first.
Okay, not a second. What is the intent, Mr. Ruiz, of the map? Is it to show?
It's just an illustration, sir.
Oh.
It was an attempt to illustrate and show not just their site plan, but to show what's already existing around it. You get all this. We have all these files, and all it shows is green and then buildings, a parking lot. Of the site plan for 5 stones doesn't show properties around the existing neighborhoods. What else is around it? In other words, I want you to be able to see that that's what we feel is inconsistent and not harmonious with.
So if I can clarify that.
Yes, sir.
You're not looking to show the physical layout of the proposed 5 stones footprint. You're looking to show how that relates to adjacent properties.
Yes, sir. That's absolutely correct. Thank you. That's exactly what I was hoping to show, sir.
Can I use the word density?
Density? Yes, sir. Yes.
And this map came from where, Mr. Ruiz?
That was the one map I obtained from the town as part of the records. That's the site plan. I took that along with a copy of the GIS to the UPS store in Weddington and asked them if they could get it as accurate as possible. They said no problem. They have equipment. They felt comfortable doing that.
And again, your purpose for sharing this is, your intent is to show surrounding areas, not so much as to scale, but more so just how they compare to the footprint, or to the plot, to the total plot of 5 stones.
Yes, sir, that's correct.
Okay. So density.
Yes, sir, density.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. I'd like to point out to council that we've presented evidence. This is the presentation that was previously submitted, which shows the actual site plan that was done by an expert in this capacity, and shows to the extent that you're considering density. I mean, I think it's pretty visible from here. I can't. This document, was done by the UPS store guy. Respectfully, Mr. Rowley. And again, I can't say that he's accurate or can accurately represent the nature of this plan, especially when we've already got evidence to that effect, which we can put up if you'd like.
Yes.
That would be wonderful.
Yeah, let me see it.
Do you have one that doesn't have the trees and all, just like the actual, just the GIS data? Like not the map, but like this. Like
Truly,
the
a
layout.
GIS map.
Like the borders and the property lines and
Something like.
no, because we want it property lines for the properties to the left off that.
So if we take out the last of piece of property, the rest of it is just a printout of the GSI map of that area.
Whether or not you find it, the impact on that one, except okay, so all in favor of not accepting using that one?
Not acceptable?
Not accepting.
Which would basically say you are accepting it.
All right, so here, amending item number 13 is an evidence.
That vote was 2-1.
All right. Really done. I was, I apologize, I don't remember the name of the older gentleman who had done a presentation that showed churches near neighborhoods, and the fact that a lot of them didn't have screening. This I think I got enough copies of. All right. Okay. I'll give everybody a copy and then I will all right. It's simply what it says. This is Union United Methodist Church.
This will be number 15.
Yeah, number 15. Yeah, that sounds good.
Was this not already an exhibit from the previous presentation?
His lacked. I didn't use his. I did my own. The Union United Methodist Church was established in the early 1800s. Their graves go back to about 1820. So the church was there approximately 200 years before they built 900 Applegate, which was built in 2002. So when you refer to buffering, the church has been there 200 years. And that's probably the reason there's not a lot of buffering, because it would have been up to the neighborhood to do that.
Respectfully, I think that seems like speculation. Really, you can ask Mr. Hill questions about his testimony, but I think you're making a lot of assumptions that we don't have facts and evidence as to who made that decision or how long things were there. Of the mission printout, which has your text.
Mr. Byron, you go to United Methodist Church your entire life?
I have.
Was it established about 1820?
Yeah, I don't think it's appropriate for
Well, I can't be sure I wasn't there.
Yeah, well, I do know, I looked up all the tax records, I do know when that was done.
I think the question before council is, what are you trying to show with Exhibit 15?
What I'm trying to show with all these exhibits is that the presentation that was presented to you showed instances of where houses were near churches or near schools, and the whole idea that I take from that was that the town of Wesley Chapel didn't care about buffers and zoning, fencing and that type of stuff, when in fact these people pre-existed. Siler was there 100 years before the neighborhood was built beside it. And so I just looked that up and I thought that would be, I just wanted to, I didn't want to ask their experts any questions and get into all that stuff. I just want to deal with the council. And so, and answer any question you have, of course. So that's my whole purpose in this, to show when these things were done. That's all.
I know that I'm smart enough, and I think the rest of the council is smart enough to know the difference between where there's a neighborhood built up around an old church versus a neighborhood that's already there, and a church gets added after the fact.
So are we accepting item number 15 as
Rob, I think we still need to determine the relevance. I mean, is it only do the screening? What are you saying?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. That's all. Again, when I listened to the presentation,
and council did express that concern during the...
and they did, and I don't know that it was ever answered. I have the answers to all of them. I mean, I looked them up. And it's not rocket science. You can Google it in GIS, and it's just, I just went to the effort to print it for you. So I mean, it's if you want to know the information, that's great. If you don't, that's fine by me too. Just want you to know, and I agree with Commissioner Coleman. I figured y'all were smart enough, but if the question was asked by Ms. Bailey, we still haven't. Just going to provide the answer to that.
Sorry, backing that up?
I'd
We're
like to.
doing one at a time.
I'll tell you what.
One or backing it up?
Probably one at a time. Probably easiest, that's okay.
Yeah.
Right.
This is Siler.
No,
You go, hang on.
let's do 15.
What's that?
Let's do 15 first.
Okay.
This is the United Methodist Church.
United Methodist Church. Okay. Well, we certainly know that it long predated the neighborhood putting beside it.
My issue to council is, are we going to look at a situation where the church was there first, and then the neighborhood got built up around it, or we will look at the position, which is what we're in, when the neighborhood's over there, we're going to add after that.
The way I understand this is if we have already received evidence from Firestones showing that, to Lori's point, Wesley Chapel School has been there forever, and the neighborhood was built after that.
1901.
I don't see how we cannot accept this.
Mr. Willie, are you an engineer, an architect, an appraiser, or otherwise just...
Real estate.
Real estate.
My entire life. Sold my first lot to Barbara Tate, Alan Tate's wife. I was 19 years old. I'm 62 years old.
That's a fun fact.
Yeah.
Are you
So,
a licensed real estate agent?
Sure.
Do you have experience in...
Yes.
What experience is that? You offering testimony as an expert for this?
Sure.
I'd like to see a document that shows your qualifications if you have one.
What do you want to see, my real estate card?
I'd like to see your qualifications, I'm asking that.
Okay.
Understand what capacity you're taking to testify.
Okay. Well, let's see. Where do you want to start? How far back?
Yeah.
I was 19 years old when I saw my first one, so obviously I had a real estate license.
Do you have your license with you?
Let's see. I think I got it on my phone. I put it on your phones these days. I know the numbers. I'll tell you what. What if we do this? What if I don't waste council's time doing all that, write it all up, get it to you, and then I'll come back and let you question.
And I'll be glad to hold on to this till then. How would that be? And I have one more thing to do, and then I'll be finished up, and you can keep objecting to everything everybody says.
George, is that a while ago?
I mean, he's here presenting his testimony tonight. I mean, if there's additional testimony he wants to give that's going to... I don't know how long this is going to last. I mean, I guess it's within the council's purview to allow the hearing to continue to allow any additional evidence to be presented, but that's up to you all, I suppose. But I'm not clear on what evidence is being offered and whether it's trying to be offered as expert testimony or whether or not it's just factual evidence being offered by Mr. Rulli in his capacity as a party withstanding. So again, you have leeway as the judge here to make decisions about what you want to allow.
Well, my understanding is that Mr. Rulli is presenting evidence that some of the parcels that were presented to us, the church existed prior to the neighborhoods, and as a real estate expert, we submitted this.
We object to that characterization or acceptance by council. Mr. Rulli as an expert without having any documentation of his qualifications. I mean, if Mr. Rulli has that information, then could submit it and indicate the capacity he purports to offer expert testimony, be happy to consider it. But
when you accept his real estate license that's on his phone,
it has to be submitted as an evidentiary document, Madam Mayor. Well, I'm not certain.
I'll lay that another time. Or I think maybe I just withdraw it. Just, y'all get the idea.
when you don't submit it as evidence, it cannot be considered.
Well, I mean, you got wrong evidence.
You're going to have to let us determine.
Oh, well, in my opinion, what I heard was this is a screening.
So do you want to, are you asking to bring your real estate license?
Absolutely. I will get a resume, and if I don't know if the right thing is to send it to Cheryl, and then get it sent to the attorney. And do that, and then I'll just come back next time. I'll be here anyway.
Now, I submit that it might be easier. Mr. Hill's here this evening. Mr. Rulli, I think, takes issue with some of Mr. Hill's expert testimony. If Mr. Rulli wants to address Mr. Hill and ask him questions directly, seeing as council has determined that Mr. Rulli has standing, that would seem to me to be the appropriate course of action. Again, I don't think Mr. Hill testified about the construction of developments as opposed to churches. I think the testimony was to the effect that the screening that exists around churches and schools in West Chapel, but to the extent that Mr. Rulli has relevant questions, I think Mr. Hill can probably clarify that more quickly than.
Okay, sure. Mr. Hill, are you present?
I am, yes.
All right, will you come up, please?
And clarify this, we're talking about screening. Is that correct? Are we talking about screening or?
No. Yes, about screening. And the impression that I got was when you were flashing us up there, and you're just talking about, oh, that'll be fine. Anybody want to do it?
I guess I have a problem understanding the relevance of the church that was there well before Wesley Chapel was established, or the ordinances related to screening, and how that's relative on a current condition of discussion. I'm still trying to get the relevance here. Anybody can chime in.
Well, I mean,
He's just responding to what Mr. Hill presented in December. Mr. Hill presented similar pictures, and I think Mr. Rulli is just referencing that. And I think then after the question of the expert.
and then you showed it was along with the Price House. Let's see here.
Knock it out. Which one?
Not that one.
Yeah, not that one.
I don't have any idea what we're looking for. Other way?
Yeah, I think so, yeah. There you go. You're going the right way.
Yeah, okay. Okay, now, I think go one more picture. Okay, it shows the screen there. Go another picture. Okay, it shows the house. All right, it's like there's not being maintained screening. Go one more. Okay, and you still see the houses. The church was there long before the neighborhood was built. The people in the neighborhood, when they built their homes, they had nothing. They're the ones that put those up in their backyard. The way I took it, and if I took it wrong, please correct me here, was that you were showing something that existed in Wesley Chapel.
That's correct, yes, sir.
But I thought it would be better to reference and know to Ms. Bailey's point, Commissioner Bailey's point, when were these built? And that was missing in your presentation, and you're the senior expert. So I'm just saying, it's important. We all know that there's a fabulous amount of money being spent over here. So I don't have that kind of money, but I can point out facts. And that's all it is facts. Facts are evidence.
And so your purpose of showing these pictures was?
What we were trying to show there was the proximity of the residential neighborhoods to existing church facilities, the lack of screening that was in between those, no matter which one of the developments came first, and then in this particular one right here, there was lighting. In some of the other ones, there were potentially what some might consider unsightly obstacles, I guess you could say. And we were trying to express and show to what lengths and levels the church was going to provide buffering, natural buffering, and then increased buffering on top of that.
So, can you go another forward?
Just to be clear, the slides that were being referenced were about Solar City, or excuse me, Solar Presbyterian Church.
Yeah, that's okay. That's okay. Next one. What's that? Oh, okay, yeah. Next one. Yeah, that church was built in 1958. Next one. We had zoning in 1978 in all of Union County.
Objection to.
Oh, hang on. I have Warren Hanson where he sent that to me. I sent an email about it. Email on that. I asked the experts, people in charge of this stuff. The next one. Wesley Chapel Elementary School, 1901. There's a giant sign up there. Huge sign. You can't miss it. It's a marker. Next one. Next one. There it is. The Price House. Built in 1947. Long after the school was there. No zoning, no nothing. So you're trying to tell me, you're showing the efforts that the church is going to, but yet you did no reference. The reference of what I saw was, you're like, oh, this is what's all around town. Well, this stuff was way long before, and I think that, that should have been brought out, and that's what Commissioner Bailey also thought. So that's the only reason I'm trying to bring this in, is just to show the deal. And I think that we probably beat the source enough. I mean, it's up to you guys, but I definitely wanted evidence to show when it was done.
Just to be clear, Mr. Rulli, I think you mentioned there was some false representation, but I don't.
No, I don't mean false representation. That's a misstatement on my part, and I apologize.
I just want to be clear.
No, ma'am, I didn't. Wrong thing comes out. I'm not. That's not what I meant. It just a little clarity. I'm just trying to have a little different clarity. Looking at it a different way, a little different clarity. That's it. That's it. And I actually understand a little bit better you saying what you said. So that makes sense. Now, where are we at?
So we have to decide about item number 15, whether or not to be in or not.
I'll make a motion to enter into that.
May I state my objection to Exhibit 15? Sure. Sorry. Tyler, sure want to jump in. Again, I think Exhibit 15 has representations on there of text that are, there's no data underlying that. It doesn't show, my understanding of Mr. Rowley's reason for submitting this exhibit was some omission or misrepresentation by Mr. Hill that was needed to be corrected. I think we've clarified that, and that Mr. Hill's testimony wasn't designed to show the timing of anything, it was just designed to show the existing conditions in Western Chapel. And again, that's why I object on the basis of relevance to Exhibit 15. I'm not sure what shows that we don't already have.
Any further discussion? So all in favor of accepting this evidence?
Second.
All right. So then this item 15 will not be submitted as evidence. Any further questions?
Oh, no.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Anything else?
No, that concludes. Thank you very much.
So the next person on the list is Mr. Mark Tremaine.
I'm going last. Thank you.
Sorry, Madam Mayor. You had requested at the last hearing, I just want to jump in on this real quick, that we provide you basically show our work with regard to the calculation of green space. We have a document that we'd like to submit if
Sure.
and also testimony with regard to that, just to provide the information on this. I'd like to call Spencer Dixon of Dallas 3P, who has previously been sworn.
Say your name again, please.
Spencer Dixon, Dallas 3P Architects.
You're here to just answer a specific question we had last time with us.
Yeah, we prepared the summary of the square footages, both of the building, existing building and proposed building, as well as of the acreage.
Appreciate you to mark this exhibit 16, Mr. Dixon. And I'll see if that's a summary calculation reference.
Sorry, this is a summary of calculations we prepared. Again, the first page is basically on the square footage of the building. And the last time I talked about this, there's a lot of numbers being thrown around. So this is an attempt to help summarize it for you. So the existing building that's there currently is roughly 26,000 square feet. There at the top. You can see the total of master fund, totals up to the total of 141,000 proposed, includes that existing 26,000 square feet. Also shown there is the current permitted use square footage of 65,000. Second page shows more of a summary of the square footage of acreage. Where we compared what was built in terms of proposed developed land, including both buildings and park paved areas, and comparing it to the undeveloped areas, the landscape areas, and the perimeter above. Basically, just in summary, there's about 20% of the site is building and paved areas. 20% of the site is the perimeter buffer. About a little over a third is undeveloped or in natural state, and 27% is going to go back and be landscape after it's great. So again, just trying to give you a little helpful summary of the proposed special use permit.
Does your undeveloped site area include your stormwater basins, ponds, and dry ponds?
I believe that's in the green landscape zone. It's about 1.3 acres.
Right.
green landscape space includes the stormwater basin and the tank.
Because to me, when something has to be done as a, the stormwater basins have to be built for the development.
Yes, but that's why we separated out the undeveloped versus the green and landscape area. So there's a separate line item for just undeveloped site, and then there's another item that will be degraded. So we have to move the dirt, we have to dig the ponds, and get this one back to being a green and landscape.
And the left page area is all the parking lot driveway.
Yeah, all the impervious surface, other than the four-yard sidewalks, all that it has impervious surface, it's not a building.
And that's 19.3% of the total site.
Which one, I'm sorry, the undeveloped? Or the paved area is 9.5% of the
paved
site.
and built on areas.
And built is 9.8, so the two together is 19.3%.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Dixon, if this calculation, which is Exhibit 16, is an accurate reflection and calculated and consistent with industry standards.
Yes, it is.
Thank you.
And in the perimeter buffer, that's the setback area, and the perimeter buffer is mostly undeveloped.
That's the 50 feet all the way around. Some of it, I think, as we're exposed, that we'll be adding the additional buffer and fence and all that.
Where does the walking path factor in? Where's that?
I believe that's under the paved area.
Under where?
I believe it's paved, again, it's paved.
So the entire walking path is paved?
We just made the worst case assumption. That's typically what we do. I mean, it may go to a different material. Again, we haven't finished the design yet. We're assuming it would be paved just kind of as a worst case scenario.
Now that's just for walking.
Yes. I mean, ideally, it'd be more of a pervious, and that's a more natural situation, but you can just have finalized that.
And just make sure I'm clear, the undeveloped site area, that is where your stormwater ponds are.
No, and the green and landscape is where it's going. The 9 acres is 27% of the site. This is green or landscape site area.
Is that on the stormwater basin?
No, the stormwater basins are about 1.38 acres of that 9 acres. This includes all the green around the buildings or the islands and the parking lot and everything that has to be graded in order to do the building, and it goes back to. Yes.
So essentially, there's 19.3% that's buildings and behavior to support the buildings, and then we have 34.4% that's undisturbed.
That's correct. And then additional 27% that would go back to green after it's developed, or after it's been used. And that's also, and then there's additional 19% that's also green that's developed. Thank you. We thought that might help summarize everything for you.
Exactly what we're looking for.
Thank you.
All right, do you have any further questions for this witness or this expert?
Just for the record, we'd like to offer Exhibit 16. Yeah, that's Thank you, Mr. Dixon. Sorry, I didn't mean to interject with Council proceeding. I just wanted to.
So Carrie Key.
Is that up here? I mean, I think it's just this cut one. CP1. Just that CP1. Whether you can accept that one or not, or that one already accepted.
That one's already accepted.
And can you put the reference number on that?
That is part of the presentation that we had presented, I believe, at the first council meeting, if I'm not mistaken. And that was
Oh, yeah, I'm not debating that, but exactly which one the one that was.
oh, which page?
Yeah, which slide?
It's entitled CP-1. And again, just for the record, that's part of the Gavin site plan for this special.
Is the sound person here too? The sound?
We have a representative of
Okay. I've got just a very short couple points that I want to go through that both of them have to do with this map here. The church itself, well, first of all, my property, the two properties that shows us to, but it's basically, in effect, one property. My house is on the, I'm talking about the two on the right on the Cumberson Road. If you're standing at the road, I guess the Plan South property is where my house sits, and my driveway goes out towards the north and then turns into Tucker's Road in the other lot. That distance from where my driveway is now to where their proposed driveway is not great. Where the proposed driveway is, that distance right there is approximately 50 feet. No, I'm sorry, I'm wrong. Approximately 100 feet. My driveway comes in right here. This driveway is right here. It's about 30 to 40 feet from the property line. Inside their buffer, you can see their buffer that they have there. I know they don't have to stick to that, but they actually go Plan South into the buffer area there next to my property. The point I'm trying to make with that is that I've been living in the house for 7 years now, and in those 7 years, pulled out of my driveway thousands of times already, and every time, not every time, if there's any kind of traffic whatsoever, it is a major problem due to this curve that starts right about the edge of their property lines there. Will be left about as I'm going on my driveway, and their driveway is going to be 100 foot closer to that curve right here. I'm not an expert on the traffic study and things of that nature, but this is a dangerous situation, and just isn't.
Where is your house?
My house is in this property, right where these.
And then your driveway runs.
My driveway runs up like this and turns into the road right there.
Okay.
And I own both properties. Now, I didn't when this map was made, but I do now. Okay. So that's how my driveway is situated.
To address your question, because I think it is a valid question, we have the traffic expert here. Do you know what the speed limit is on the road in front of this property? Or you know?
I know. 35.
135 you know. So what I've learned from sitting up here is take the speed limit, 35, add a 0, and you have to have 350 feet of visibility in both directions as you pull out. And we have the 350 feet visibility as you pull out of that exit that's closest to the curb.
So, one correction. It's 35 as opposed to speed limit. Typically, site distance is based off of design speed, which is speed limit proposed speed plus 5. So, it would actually be 400 feet. In special cases, NCDOT may allow speed limit solar speeds like this. So, I'm not sure which one in this case that NCDOT is going to revert to. I'm also not a site designer. I'm not designing the access. I specifically deal with the traffic study. One thing I can say is that was a big contention point in the beginning process of scoping the traffic study. NCDOT expressed their concerns and indicated that the driveway would only be allowed if site distance was met via, and there were multiple options for that, including trimming and cutting back on some of the existing vegetation to kind of create the sight line across the curb. So all of that is being, from my understanding, is going to be worked out during the site design and driveway permit process, because NCDOT has the final say and will require it to meet adequate site distance before approving that driveway location.
And is it fair to say that the other exit that's at the bottom of the map where the current entrance and exit is, there's not an issue there?
I don't believe that there is a site distance issue there.
It's more in the curve, so you actually can see.
Right. It'd be the opposite here on the other side of the street. So the plan is to have traffic enter through the bottom exit, loop around through the campus and exit at the top right-hand corner of the property. Correct?
That's correct.
Which is actually biologically the worst case scenario for that.
I'm not making a judgment, I'm just trying to...
Yeah, so in this, my driveway is right here. Just to give you guys an example, I'm on the mailbox number either 4 or 5 since I moved into the house from various wrecks that happened in that area. Maybe that's not relevant, maybe it is, but that area right there has multiple wrecks as it sits right now. At least one fender bender where the kids leave school from Cuthbertson and somebody runs in the back of another one. And just recently when the ice was, I mean, I realize the church is not responsible for the ice, but that one day 7 cars wrecked in front of the 300 feet approximately, give or take 10 feet of road frontage of the church, and 7 cars wrecked there independent of each other in one day. And I dare say, I don't know for a fact, but I dare say that I can't imagine there were 7 wrecks total on any other part of Cuthbertson. And that is the most dangerous 400 feet, in my opinion, on Cuthbertson Road. I realize that's not a factual statement, it's opinion, but the numbers bear it out. One of the wrecks was serious with a rollover. That's been the second rollover that's happened since I've lived there. It's almost always traffic that's moving planned south there that ends up having a wreck, and all the wrecks originate right there that I'm talking about. And I can factor say it because I've lived there. That's the traffic part of it. Second part of the question I have is about security. Just recently, church, it's not, again, this is not specifically the church's fault, it is a consequence of the church being there. Just recently, sitting on my couch at 10:30 at night on a Saturday evening, there are teenagers that are in their current existing parking lot that's right here, doing their cars and turning donuts and making all kinds of noise. I've had to drive back there and run them off myself. Other than just a random cop that goes through from time to time, there's no security there at all. There's no gates on the after-hours gates on the existing road. I don't think there's any plans to have any gates on the roads going forward. There's going to be a lot more activity here. A lot more people are going to even know that the property's there. That gym that's right there, that's going to be, the church is one day a week thing, as far as, talk about noise and this, that, and the other in the church. But Sunday morning we're talking about. That gym is going to be 7 days a week potentially from 7 a.m. to 10 p.m. Or maybe even later. I don't know what they're planning. I don't know. Do y'all have a playground for the kids anywhere to play? I hadn't seen that on the plan that I've noticed, so I don't know if that's going to be in the gym or whatnot. So moving on to sound now. I think during the presentation, you guys did a sound analysis and you used this property line over here. In that, y'all indicated that was on Sunday morning. You indicated it was 260 feet from the sound source. This is the sound, I don't have the sound person here.
That's correct.
260 feet. Well, was there any analysis done here where this, now that was 260 feet to the property line. According to this very drawing right here, that gymnasium, which I'm assuming is a gymnasium considered to be louder than a church
It depends on the programming aspects.
in general?
Generally, no.
Generally, no.
No, sir.
That distance right there, according to their drawing, is, let's see, 145 feet to the corner of my house, which is roughly what 2/3 of the 280, I guess, or actually just a little bit more than half of that distance. Was there any sound analysis done at 145 feet?
There was no sound analysis done at 145 feet, no, but that's future use. This was an analysis.
Well, I thought I'm going out here talking about future use.
We did an analysis of what's existing.
Which is, I would venture to say, is irrelevant to what the future use is. I don't know what it matters. What it sounds like that property line. That's not why we're here. We're here about the future, and the future is 145 feet from a gym in my bedroom. We're also talking about 120 feet to my swimming pool that's right here. 95, there's another little building I have there that's finished out. We have like a little man cave my teenage boys use. It's 95 feet to that building. It's 50 feet to my property line, which is right there, for a gym. And then back to my first point with or maybe my second point with security, these donuts that were happening right here can now happen right here once this is all built. The way I look at it. So that's basically my point. Well, actually, I have a point.
Preston, have you been sworn?
I'm not.
Okay, I just wanted to procedurally.
He was previously sworn there, right?
Oh, not previously. No, sir.
Oh, it's a different person. I'm sorry. I didn't know that.
Sorry to interrupt. I just wanted
Yeah. Thanks for bringing it up. I thought it was the same.
I couldn't remember that.
What's your name?
Preston Russ. RUSS.
Okay, and you're with?
WAVE. WAVE.
Do you swear that the evidence that you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do. Thank you.
Would you state your name and address for the record?
Yep. Preston Russ, 8620 Westmoreland Boulevard, Concord, North Carolina.
And how are you employed?
Sorry?
How are you employed?
I with the WAVE LLC.
And were you involved in the conduct of the study that was performed in relation to Five Stone Church and previously submitted into evidence?
I was, for the data collection.
And you previously answered a few questions for Mr. Key that before you were sworn, would you affirm that those answers were correct?
I can affirm those are correct.
They were correct.
They were correct. 260 feet where we performed the test in relation to the existing building.
Okay. There's no information on the 140 feet or even a simulation of that, or
that would all come into the design package of the gymnasium.
What is the approved decibel level for something like that in a neighborhood for a gym?
So
down here at the church, I do have a gym.
Sure. So Union County does not have actually specific data points for that. Generally speaking, like Mecklenburg County is 70 dB weighted, but there's no specific data points for Union County.
So in this proposed building, do you have anything that you've already run or any type of indication at all that levels, let's say it's 70 is the number.
Sure.
Do you have any reason to either it will or it won't exceed 70 decibels?
I mean, a lot of that is contingent upon the acoustical properties of the building.
You guys didn't run any type of test or simulate that building at all, correct?
No, sir.
And you didn't do that distance at all, right?
No, sir. Not for that location.
Mr. Key, I just note that Five Stones has agreed to limit the decibel of amplified sound of the property lines to 70 decibels. Just want to point that out.
I can agree to get old too, because I'm out. That doesn't mean much. Once it's built, it's there, and I'm kind of stuck. So, anyway, that's all I have for the sound stuff. I think I'll make a point there. The only other point that I'd like to make.
Can I ask one question before you get to your last one?
Can I go back and clarify with Mr. Russ what the 70
That's 70 decibels A-weighted.
is based on Mecklenburg counties?
That's Mecklenburg. There's nothing in Union County that relates to anything specific to house of worship.
Thing or anything either?
No, sir.
Is it 7-0 or 7-8?
70. And that's again Mecklenburg County. There's nothing specifically related to Union.
What is something like roughly 70 decibels?
I'm trying to think.
Your car radio, the max is out at 75 to 80 for the volume.
That's, I don't know if that's accurate. Yeah.
Well,
I mean, that's, yeah.
So can you come back to me with something that is 70 decibels?
I'm sorry, ma'am. Can you repeat that?
Can you come back to me with something that is 70 decibels?
Absolutely. I can do it tonight. If you'd like. Okay.
Okay. Are we ready?
Yeah, thank you.
All right, there's, and this is by my count, immediately adjacent, within 300 feet of the total 5 zones outlined, there are approximately 25 houses, 24 houses that reside in this area here. You can get information on the GIS and just pull 300 feet. I didn't do that, didn't make a drawing or anything of it, but that's the number. I'm not aware of, I'm not saying they don't exist, but I'm not aware of one person that lives in any of those 25 houses that's for this project.
But you can't testify, right?
I can testify that I'm not aware of nobody, of any single person doing that. That's absolutely factual. I mean, the fact that everybody that's been here that lives in one of those houses that has testified that I'm aware of, whatever. I can testify that Great Schools Board has our school system, or the Cuthbertson Middle School, Cuthbertson High School ranked as 10 out of 10. Is that, I guess we'll say that?
It's hearsay, and it's also.
It's hearsay that it's on their site?
I'm not sure the relevance of that either, but I don't have any documentation that says that. But again, I don't think it's really relevant at all.
Is there another time for more opinion-based type things that are not?
Opinion-based would be public comment, yes.
At the end?
Back.
All right.
Well, I think we have a few questions.
Okay.
So my questions are also related to some of your witnesses. So, the gym, was that in the previous CUP or new to this one?
It's new to this one.
That's what I was thinking. I just want to clarify that. And when I look at the drawing and I see the 50-foot buffer, kind of to Mr. Keith's point, that it looks like the driveway is into the buffer. It looks like the retaining pond is into the buffer. So is this site plan on CUP1 drawing the intention to be built, or what? How will those things be accommodated so they're not built into the buffer areas?
Yeah. So I'm sorry, Kevin Somerville. I previously been sworn in. The buffers that are there, that intent is for it to be bermed and planted. So the only way for it to be bermed, to be able to increase elevation, which reduces sight lines, is to put the plantings in the buffer area. Correct.
But what about the road? Your driveway up there goes through the buffer area, and then the retaining pond on the drawing without the berm, it looks like it's.
Oh, on the top side.
On the version that I've got in the application,
Yeah.
so I can read it, it looks like that the part of the retaining pond closest to Mr. Keith's house is within the buffer area, and then that piece of the driveway closest to his property looks like it's in the buffer area. That's kind of my question.
Yeah. So these are conceptual drawings. They're not civil. They're not engineered, and so they still need to be engineered once the designs are finalized and approved. But the concept drawings are correct. They're showing the driveway, the entry driveway into the buffer area.
So what that means is that as you get into design, kind of to the point Mr. Whipline made as well, and looking at the actual placement of the driveways and everything, it could change.
Yes. I'd like to point out that the only way, if it does change from that, it can only change closer to the curve. Because it's already on the property line. For all intents and purposes.
Are you allowed to put a driveway in a buffer area?
I think you're asking the applicant that.
I think you'd have to ask the planner if that's an approved use. I'm not a civil engineer.
Do you know how far that encroaches into the buffer? Or whether that's actually a buffer?
I think it
or
is.
Or is it a setback line?
I think it's a buffer. It's a setback?
I'm not sure what the required buffer width is there. I think that's a setback line, so I'll let them testify to their pipe line.
Looking at ordinance section 155.080.
This line is a buffer right there.
I don't know that. I didn't draw that.
Sorry.
I can't see it.
Section J, I think, subject to J. Yes. It's on page 137 of the current ordinance, I believe. In Article 10, I think. Sorry. It states required buffers shall not be disturbed for any reason except for required driveways, sidewalks, other pedestrian or bicycle paths, etc. Other things which I don't think are relevant.
At what point, since they're going in one after the other, at what point does the driveway become a street?
Well, it typically depends on if there's a required section, required classification of the street. So if it's a street, it would have to usually be built to a certain cost section, complete with the appropriate pavement markings, curb and gutter, sidewalk, planting strips, those sorts of things. I think in this situation, and Bonnie can correct me if I'm wrong, this would just be classified as a private driveway connection.
So that driveway to this church with thousands of people or 8,000 people going in and out of it on a daily basis is no different than my driveway outside of the walls that we're doing.
And just a point that you made, one was in and one was out, right? I thought I had heard that during the school day, we would have that kind of loop effect, but the rest of the week, outside of the school day, it could be in and out of either one.
That's correct. It's only required to be ingress only and egress only during the school pickup and drop off.
Well, I like to make the point that the only time there's always lots of traffic, but the concern time that we're talking about is when school's letting in and out.
And there's just another problem on your comment about the noise. The study that you did, you were looking at the existing facilities simulated or were there during an extra service and then looked at the closest property line. And the questions about the applicability of the study you did versus what we should think about for the future. Help me understand.
Sure.
That.
So, yeah, what we were able to capture and record was based off what currently exists. And so, as mentioned above, these plans are still conceptual. And so, all those design factors are factored into the architectural aspect, the build aspect, the acoustical properties that would be implemented into the space. So, when the gymnasium gets built, if it's near a property line, then there would be noise studies again on that front that would dictate the amplified sound that would go into the space, the walls, the wall construction, and a lot of other properties that factor into that.
Wouldn't the ship have already said at that point, though, if the gym was there, then the conversations?
These are still conceptual, so no, the ship's not designed.
So I guess the bigger piece is that when the design is done for the gymnasium, the materials and architecture and everything would have to account for an acceptable noise level.
That's correct.
Is that a good practice what you said?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And you said amplified. You keep talking about amplified versus just noise.
Sure. Amplified plat is just reinforced, anything that comes through a loudspeaker.
But for Mr. Key, for example, you know, he's sitting in his backyard in a school lady to drive the distance there, whether it's amplified or just children in the gym, it's noise to him, right?
Sure. And so, I mean, again, we can't speak into the programming that happens outside, you know, as far as it relates to somebody doing donuts on the property or anything related to that. But the programming aspects of what happens within the gym, those design factors would be factored into the final design process of the space.
Questions to the things he asked. 70 decibels, yeah.
70 decibels. What I can find most online is a dishwasher or a washing machine or a dryer. And to your point, sir, I did look up. So lots of individual sources in a car stereo are 75 to 80 dB, but that's also individual sources. So like a single door speaker, you look. Most advanced cars, vehicles like that have 15 to 17 speakers in them. So, while your point is correct, there's obviously accumulation.
Most outside church bands have huge speakers.
Sure, and I can't say to his point, the simulated test was performed with the speakers that the church uses on a Sunday morning. And those are the results documented or submitted evidence.
Any further questions for the expert? Or for Mr. Key?
And I have a few questions if I may. Sure. Mr. Key, just a few questions for you. First of all, you're not testifying as a minister. You don't have any qualifications related to traffic or civil design or anything.
As I stated. You have common sense, though.
And you have no documentation regarding the issues you've raised regarding potential sound concerns resulting from the gymnasium that's supposed to be built.
I thought it was y'all's purpose to show that you're all looking at reasonable things. I mean, I don't understand why I'm going to have to do that.
Do you have any documentation that 70 decibels of amplified sound at the property line would be problematic for you?
No.
Do you understand that was what was proposed as a limitation by 5 cents?
I don't understand much of what 5 cents says.
That's all I have. Thank you, Steve.
Thank you.
It's me. Just that driveway there. I got a zone improvement. And how that's going to work, my driveway, that center there. It's a letter improvement from you guys. And how, if you think got enough space there, because my driveway and there to be there right in front. Like I said, 2 weeks ago, I had a bad wreck over there in the corner of my lot. And how that going to work? You think got enough room over there for that driveway and mine? I'm not moving mine because it has been improved. For your guys' approval, I got a approval from the guys that's on it. Just back my house, you got surveyed and everything. What are you going to do? Now leave that one. That guy here decided not to build there. The guy beside me. This one. Because of the thing. Now I'm thinking we're going to do the same thing if you guys don't do anything. Because this is the most ridiculous thing I've ever seen in my life.
Object to the hearsay on what's
No, Chad, all we want. I don't want to hear it.
What's
How going to work? The police say so my driveway, that's named the other day. Never check with me.
I have to object for the record to whether someone else chose not to build or not based on if they're not here to speak for themselves.
And you're not going to be leaving there. You got a house somewhere else. You don't care. But I care because I got a family, got 3 kids. It's the most important thing for me and my wife. Your guys just care about money. I put my kids on the private school. I'm never going to put on your church.
Okay, so, but you have to take your evidence. So
You want more than that? My house right there and the driveway dead center? What else you need?
Any evidence that you get. So that's your evidence.
Got my surveyor here. It's dead center, my driveway.
You have
It's
to have
right.
it in writing.
You got over there the approval on the zoning. Check the proper ID number there. You want more evidence than that? The parcel ID number, she can pull there.
I think you've made your point. I think we all understand where your property is and how it's going to be affected.
But the guy don't care. Look like.
I didn't say that.
Don't say that. It's what I'm thinking.
No.
Okay, well,
Because I pay tax like everybody else here.
I'm going to ask you to
Thank
succeed, please.
Okay. The guy don't care. Your guys care more about the tax of the church than me.
No, we don't.
It's all about money.
All right. Stacy Lawson?
Give our flash there.
Yeah, I got it on her camera.
This one?
I think so. Does she have a name of that?
Is it this one?
Nope, it's flash.
That one? That one?
I got it.
While she's filling that out, we live at 1131 Johnson Drive, and our property, we share property line with Five Stones Church. This isn't factual, but I wanted to say great things Five Stones Church does do for the community, so this has nothing to do with the church whatsoever. At the January meeting, Pastor Ralph noted how he had never heard any complaints about Five Stones from the neighbors. We cannot speak for anyone else, we can only speak for ourselves. Due to my husband's job transfer, we moved down here in August of 2019. We moved down here knowing that we shared a property line with Five Stones Church. As a result, we had felt it would not be very neighborly or fair of us to constantly call the police or the church and complain about the noise level on Sundays and other events they host at their church. However, at January's meeting as well, when questioned by one of the council members, Mr. Somerville stated that the noise would occur from 7 a.m. to 10:30 p.m. 7 days a week. This comment led us to present the following videos of life that we like our family are living in our community 7 days a week, 5 months of the year, if you allow them to post it.
Which one did you want?
You can start from the top.
Oh, okay.
They go in order. Actually, we went wrong, but they go up.
I'm sorry.
That's
Yeah.
okay. And can I just have you start from the bottom so I'm not right over? Start at 157.
This isn't my computer. I'm sorry.
Identify these as exhibits just to reference for the record.
I think it's turned up as long as far as I can.
Just that one, Cheryl, the bottom one, right above Sandus.
That one?
Yeah, that one.
I have them on the phone, but I put them on the desk.
That's at 100%.
For the record, I don't think it's your system, I think it's probably our system that's causing the issue.
Sounds like it's under the speakers.
It may be, and like I say, this isn't my computer, so I don't know.
You have this on your phone?
Yeah.
You have your phone?
Maybe if you hit the
go to settings and hit audio output. I think that might, I don't know. Sorry, I moved like an IT. Maybe search audio.
Need a teenager.
I know, right? My 6-year-old niece is like, red circles around him.
That's taken from your back deck.
Yes. I have more. This is just the first. I'm sorry? Oh, November 28th, 2021. I can give this to you. This is where it's inside. These are the dates and the times for the videos.
What day of the week was that?
That was a Sunday. And I have one from when I was homesick from the teaching. That was on a Monday with the preschool. I just pulled that up. And I have other ones just to show you.
Can you refer to these specific numbers just to make clear for the record?
You want each one to have an exhibit?
Or we can do like ABC, whatever. Season.
Now this is just with preschoolers with a small amount of rooms immediately suspect. And then I have 3 from Christmas Eve, which was a Friday, at different times. They started practicing.
17A through
And then the last one's in the evening time, which was at Christmas.
December 24th, 6:03 p.m. on my back deck.
So I'm not a sound expert, so I don't know what the decibel levels would be, but based on the past comments from their sound expert, they also said that children's voices make a different sound or decibel level, so I'm sure you could speak to that. So that's our concern. We're not here to say we're anti-school. I've been in special ed for 28 years. I'm pro-children. I'm just anti-5-stone school. And the gymnasium and the cross-country track and the 7 days a week, no noise ordinance in Wesley Chapel. So this is just for my back deck on Sundays. I've never complained. We knew what we were getting into when we decided to buy a house by the church. We didn't know that we'd get a school, and we know if it's going to be 7 days a week that the sounds will definitely be that way all the time. Summer camps, spring vacation camps, things like that. So.
with a few clarifying questions, selection if I may. You presented 5 videos. I just want to clarify which ones were. I think the 11, 28, 21, and 12, 39. Was that the
So 157.
Okay, and then 12:06, 12:15 p.m.
It was the 289.
289, and then the 12:24 at 3:51 p.m.
Yeah. So it'd be 590, then 592, and then 598.
Thank you. 592 is, we'll call that 17D, and then 598 as 17. That's all right. Then you had mentioned some of these were from your back deck and some were from the...
One was from the walking trail.
Okay, which one was that?
That should be 590.
And which walking trail was that?
The one that they built the path on.
Okay, so you're on the Five Stones walking trail?
Well, we share our walking trails here, and then they built a path with the bridge.
Okay, so that'd be 17C, 12:24, 3:51 p.m. Okay, and that's on the walking trail.
Yes.
In Champion Forest. Or
well, no, we have a walking trail, and then they have a path for our community members, Champion Forest, they can walk to the church.
Okay, so where were you located?
On my Champion Forest land, so you can see the church directly.
So not on the back porch.
No, but I stated that in the video.
What's that?
Yeah, I stated that in the video as well. That it was a walking trail.
Sorry, I was just trying to clarify. I didn't hear everything on video. And you said you did not have a decibel level that you measured.
No, just my ears.
And if Five Stones has voluntarily agreed to limit sound the decibel level of amplified sound to 70 decibels, you're aware of that, Mrs. Fletcher?
I am, but it's my understanding that they violated the preschool number of how many children they're allowed to have, so I don't know if I necessarily trust that they would.
Well,
and everything seems to be after the fact, right? So we're going to build these things and then worry about the decibel level after it's already gone. We can't do anything about it.
Respectfully, all I asked you was if you were aware that they had agreed
Yes, I am.
to amplify sound to 70 decibels. Okay. Do you have any reason to believe, or do you have any evidence that would suggest that that would be an unacceptable sound limitation for you at your property?
In my opinion, it would all depend. Like you said, like after the fact of building, I can't tell you until after everything's built. Well, but that is the noise from the speakers on a Sunday.
And again, that was taken on your cell phone with volume that's variable, is that correct?
I just played it as that's what you could hear. So if you'd like to come over on a Sunday and listen, you're more than welcome to do that.
I'm just trying to get an objective figure as far as which was.
But I find it ironic how the sound person talks about after the fact, something gets built and it's already built. This is for right now what's going on. I've never once complained to the church about the sound level. That is on a regular basis when things are outside.
Again, the church has offered in advance as a measure as part of the season.
Then my answer to you would be, I can't tell you that because it's not built and I don't know what that sound will be like.
But I'm just asking you to understand this is a proactive measure rather than a responsive issue that you're taking care of.
But 70, what's 70?
Again, if you want to ask Mr. Russ sound expert questions, we have to have him.
Good. And he can come to my house and bring his equipment and let us know exactly what the sound decibel level is. So for the record, the next time they have something outside, I'm inviting all of you to come and sit on my back deck so you can hear firsthand the decibel level and experience it.
Just to be clear, you don't have any documentation of any decibel levels or any exceeding.
No,
I'm just asking.
I'm just a teacher. That's it. I don't know.
Again, I just would like to know. Just wondering to make sure.
What was the, when you measured the sound, what was it?
So for the outdoor simulated service at the property line, it was just over 57 decibels.
So then 70.
I got a question, because I get all turned around here. So, on this map, Mr. Wilkie gave me, right, picture what's yours?
Exhibit 13.
I'm assuming that this is the pool, this is our house, this is our property line. So we live, this one assuming is the pool, so our property line's right here.
And then you're obviously your deck for your house.
Yeah.
And then my question is, like, this is your house. is where the sound measurement was taken. I realize this part's not right, but if you just give me some orientation where that measurement was made at.
It's submitted evidence, but it is Paul Dobson, near the pool house. Is that the pool house?
Yeah.
So it's right there at the property line.
Is it measured right there?
Roughly that area is.
And where's the church?
Church.
I know that's not to scale, so.
So the church, in relation to that, looks like that. It's the existing building right there.
And you took up the microphone here because you said that was the point.
That was the clearest line of sight with no look lines or anything like that.
So it was a clear line of sight. So your criteria was line of sight and closest property line.
That's correct.
And with measuring of the sound emanating from the building where they were holding
We
service.
did two measurements, both one from the building and then one with the simulated outdoor service.
And the simulated outdoor service.
Occurred roughly in this area right here. I'm sorry, it's.
That's okay. I
We
just,
can,
I'm not familiar with the
that's-
space, so I gotta have something.
Yeah, so.
Yeah, we can pull it up if you.
If you like.
Let me figure out where I'm
Our
going.
property, we're right here. This is our property. So that's our property line. This is
No, wait, don't tell.
1131.
So if you were at 57 decibels, that would be less than a dishwasher. So her phone picking up that much sound would be more than a dishwasher.
It's what we did was a simulated test based on what we were told that the decibel range they operated on Sunday mornings.
But that was nothing verified by you or an independent party. That was essentially hearsay from the church leadership of what they were setting it out, but no internal measurement of the sound at the time of the simulation in force.
Yes, ma'am. So the church itself owns calibrated SPL meters or dial meters, and so they actually log and track their services on a weekly basis, and so we take averages of that and use that as reference.
Could you have the church data submitted from these dates that she reported?
Also, see, I was a witness. I actually watched it secondhand of them testing it out and doing the sound. Also, and I'll tell you right now, me personally, me hearing it, I felt like it was louder the day that they tested it than normal. Personally, just because I had a conversation with a police officer one day.
Who is
I'm
it?
sorry, sir.
I apologize.
I'm sorry. You've not been sworn in, so we really need to.
Yeah.
That's why I take this one.
If you wanted, I just was for them.
Mayor, I expressed that we've been self-monitoring, and you asked if we had some records of that, so I have that in this.
Yes.
It's about that.
Exhibit number 18.
These are our last 5 outdoor events.
But do you have the date from
17.
November and December?
November would have been inside the building. December 24th would have been next year. I can clarify.
Pass it out.
Okay.
This would be Exhibit 17, wouldn't it?
18.
What was 17?
The videos, A13 or.
Oh, the videos are 17?
And I'll send you those specific ones, and I'll give you those after this.
Okay.
I mean, when you say these are from the last 5 services,
The last 5 outdoor services.
and you're going to give us the
December 24th.
For the last time outdoor service.
Yeah, let me ask him some questions as well. I think it might help clarify some things. Is that all right?
Did you want a copy of that? Did you give her a copy?
So you just passed out the document identified as the 18. Can you explain what this document represents, what it reflects.
So this is the document for the service. So those are the loudest points of the service.
Better yet, Mr. Russ, could you explain what this is?
So
Sorry.
this is the document I ran to the weekend service. And so basically this is a graph plotting the loudest every time. And so as you can see right here, the loudest peaks were 70 decibels, 70 decibels, 70 decibels, all the way down to the quietest peaks around 43 decibels. And so this just shows the dynamic range of loudest every time.
And this was an outdoor service?
These were all outdoor services.
So, just, I see no dates on here as a reference, and then I see this sort of scale on the bottom, like 10, 20, 30, I'm assuming it's a time scale from when the recording started, not a day. Right?
That's correct.
And then this was measured, you said the service was outdoors, was this measured here where the speakers were, or was
This is at the property line.
Okay, at the same property
The
line?
same property line.
So at that same spot, this is what you measured, what's that date?
For outdoor service.
And Mr. Russ, are you familiar with the equipment that's used by Milestones to take these measurements?
I am not familiar with the equipment. But I mean, I'm doing the report, and I can tell
Fair
you.
enough. Is this report appearing to be consistent with industry standard measurement practices?
Yes, ma'am.
Can I just ask you a question? How come there are no dates or anything on here?
I'll be glad to provide the dates. I mean,
No, but I'm just saying, like, if I would have presented this to you, you wouldn't have accepted this because there's no dates or anything like that on there, right? Correct? Is that correct?
Well,
Correct.
Well, I gave you, I accepted your dates that you gave on.
Yeah, but I could pull up on my phone and you could actually see the date it was taken. I can't see
I
that.
can actually pull it up on my computer.
But I'm just asking, right? We're talking about facts here.
First of all, we have testimony to capture out to submit the dates that is taken. And the issue is that.
Yes, but you also didn't want to take Williams' credentials because they weren't here pre-printed out.
Right, but we have testimony by a person who turned out was involved with taking the data that is admissible in full court in this context.
So his twin is a real estate agent is what you're telling me?
I'm sorry?
His twin is a real estate agent is what you're telling me?
I don't have the issue with whether it is or is not a real estate agent. I just don't have documentation to speak to.
We're going to get the dates, but I am also interested in the records from December 21. Is that one of these?
That is one of them, just now.
Set what the dates capture out in exhibit that are in exhibit 18, just for the record. Mr. Russ, what is this document called?
That would be lots of document review. So, lots of document.
And just, you said you weren't familiar with the equipment the church uses, but is this a pretty standard thing that whatever they use to measure automatically?
The refrigerator.
Captures the data.
Absolutely. Just SPL only is the term that we use.
And generally, equipment that's used for something like this, is it have a calibration standard?
It does. And you can see actually some of the calibration standards that appears to indicate at the bottom right here. So that was DBA, which is the standard weight. So these are all different variants of weights and calibrations. Different countries, different regions have different standards. So the standard what we measure is different in the U.S. and the UK.
And so the 63, I included that algorithm.
Would you mind writing
that would be lots of times. So lots of
Okay, this is what the other gentleman explained to us.
Yes, that's correct. Exactly. Kind of like, correct. Absolutely. Sorry.
I just think it's not correct.
Sure. Or, sorry, right here.
If it's close, it's hard to hear.
I apologize.
Miss Bennett's.
Do I need to repeat?
Is this practice or service?
This was in service.
So what time?
What time was Christmas Eve?
Christmas Eve service was
It was 6.
All right.
You had hot chocolate at 5. Your
Hot
service was
chocolate
at
at
6. You
5.
started practicing at 9.
The second page that I handed you is the sound reading where we self-monitored on December 24th, 2021.
What's the time lapse? Is that just minutes so we have?
I believe it's military time.
No, this is just minutes, duration. Yeah, this is only duration. So,
So basically, this is only.
I guess I'm totally right. That is.
Yeah, these are.
But what
Yeah.
about, they were out there at midnight?
Yeah.
About that.
Looks like this might be duration.
Like the first
That would be
page is
duration.
0.
Yeah, and then that's not the times that.
But the other does what they're
Yeah, the December 24th is actually time stamp of real time.
So 17 in military time.
It'll be 5.
So that's 5:27.
Yes, ma'am.
So
We started serving hot chocolate and playing music at 5 o'clock. And then the service actually started at 6. We completed formal worship soon after 7. And then we played some music as people hung around.
And, yeah, I was just going to say, and the sound that was recorded here was, I'm assuming, the combination of the amplified sound from any of the band or musical equipment, as well as any unamplified sound of the congregation that may have been singing along.
That would be a combination in this, yes. What you can begin to see is where we open the service with music, and they were speaking or teaching or video, and then the end of the service with music.
Just to be clear, Mr. Allen, at this time, there's no limitation on decibels that as part of the SUP or as part of the West Chapel ordinance. Is that your understanding?
That's my understanding.
but 70 decibels is roughly a dishwasher.
That's correct.
My dishwasher is nowhere near 70. I'll do that. It's a lot for it to be quiet. Great in terms of the vacuum cleaner, though, keep it quieter.
There you go.
Any further questions or do you have any questions?
Yeah, so basically, I would not be in agreement with the 70 decibel level. I'd say not to be 30 or 40. If you're saying it's 57 when you came out at 70, then that's unacceptable to us.
Okay, so you're changing your answer to what?
Well, now that we have that,
Sure.
see the actual decibel levels, absolutely, I would have to be, because that would be going on to 10 o'clock at night or 10:30 based on.
30 to 40 would be almost angelic. So, I mean, if everybody was silent in this room right now, that would be about 51 to 52.
I have a question. That was recorded by church's own sound equipment or sound monitoring equipment?
Yes, the mayor, we had shared with the mayor last council meeting that we were attempting to self-monitor before even having experts to come and monitor. And so they requested us to submit what data that we did have. And so we were delivering that to them.
Is there any indication on there as to where that sound equipment was set up?
Yeah,
No.
Yeah.
So we know that for.
Where did you set up, customer?
At the property line.
The property line of,
Close proximity where Wade set up.
which was?
That Dobson Road
Yeah,
location.
near the pool.
right here. Yeah, and we are.
Anything else?
That's it. Thank you.
Any questions for these people? Anyone?
Now that I last person said it's pretty easy to use, so I don't assume training
Sure.
issue, but just, make sure
Absolutely.
it's calibrated.
We have to get that information for you. We'd be happy to get that information.
I mean, just have the right line.
Absolutely.
Equipment wasn't properly calibrated, and
Sure. Personally, I'd be shocked if it wasn't, but absolutely, that's something we must have looked at.
Just for clarity again, the noise report that was referenced previously is District 4, I believe. I may not. Sorry.
Doug Bauer.
I've already spoken. Unless you want to ask me some questions.
Do you have evidence to present, factual evidence?
I beg your pardon.
Do you have factual evidence to present or testimony you've been sworn in about damages that you will experience or have experienced?
When you say factual, no. But we can make this long or short. When Firestone first started talking about building a church over there, they showed us the church they were going to build and all, and it was going to be small. Okay? So that didn't end up being the case. And so someone said to the church that there would need to be a turning lane put in. They didn't think so. So they got DOT out there, and DOT said, yeah, you got to put in a turning lane. Well, so they came and asked me if they could come across on my property. And I said, sure, it's fine, no problem, just put it back like it was. I mean, do y'all understand that? Is that hard to understand? Just put it back like it was. So they went out there and scraped the road down a little bit and left it. And I said, listen, there's going to be a pond here in my front yard if you leave it that way. So they said, well, we'll have to get the contractor to come over here. So he comes over and he said, sir, with all due respect, your driveway wasn't there when I did this job. And I said, that could very well be true. I have no idea when you did the job or whatever. But this is my property, and I said to the folks at Firestone, and they know I did. I said, only thing I ask you to do is put it back like it was. And he said, we'll call DOT. So they called DOT, and DOT said, you'll have to put in a road pipe. That's what I had put in before. So it made him mad. So he comes out there and digs a 2-foot trench all the way down through my property there, all the way down to the end, puts in the road pipe, goes off and leaves it. Just like that. So they asked me, am I satisfied? And I said, no. I said, put it back like it was. They sent a group of boys over there and picked up some rocks and scattered a little bit of seed and straw, and they left. And they asked me, the guy that takes care of the grounds called me later and asked me if I was satisfied. And I said, absolutely not. So, to make a long story short, they came up and said, well, I tell you what we'll do. We'll have our yard men, whenever they're over here mowing our grass, to weed eat that ditch. Will that be okay? And I said, well, that's better than nothing. Okay? So after a year or two now, this has gone on. He comes over there not too long ago and asked me, he said, can we work this out? And I said, well, partner, I'm going to be honest with you. It may be that the Lord's worked it out. I said, it seems like that ditch there keeps crumbling off the edges and crumbling off the edges. Maybe it's going to work out to where I can mow it like it was before. But it didn't come from anything you did. Now, I was not against Firestone when they first came there because of the going to build it like it was, but they didn't do that. And now they're coming in, and they're saying, now we want to have a 1,200 member church, and we want to have a kindergarten through 12th grade school here. Ma'am, we've owned this property where I'm at all my life. I've been there all my life. There is no way that will work. I mean, we've got a school there, 2 schools there already. They're going to put in a library. Down on the other end, on Mr. Pfister's property, they destroyed his property, and they're going to put all these houses. They're going to put all these houses in there, on top of what they're asking to do. So I'm saying, before I even knew anything about this down at Mr. Pfister's, if I have to go to the doctor of a morning, and I've got a 9 o'clock appointment, I have to leave about 7 o'clock, or I can't even get out of my driveway. And I hate to say this, I'll pull up out at the driveway. They look at me like a mule looking at a new gate. You listen to what I'm saying to you?
Yeah, they don't let you out.
I am honest when I say this. 90% of the time, if someone stops to let me out, it's a woman. It's a woman. The rest of them, they can care less. Well, I'm sorry. I've been here all my life. I pay taxes to the county. I've got along fine with Firestone until they want to do this. I do not have anything against Firestone if they want to build a kindergarten through 12th grade school and they want to build a church with a 1,200 member church. I don't have anything against that at all. But not on a 2-lane road on Cumberson Road. I'm sorry. If wherever they want to go, I say, Lord bless you. But not here. I'm sorry, but I'm against it. Thank you. Any questions? I'm sure you won't know. I'm glad to answer your question.
Just to Mr. Byron, do you have any evidence of any of the things that you speak of that you...
My own. Does that carry the weight? My own?
Well, it's...
No, I'm asking you. It's my personal word experience mean anything?
Well, I mean...
Answer my question. As you're a lawyer, that's a yes or no answer. That's a yes or no answer.
Well, you know the lawyer joke. No, I won't go there. Mr. Byron, it's not my choice. It's by statute in North Carolina. Labeling this testimony regarding traffic matters is not acceptable. If you have questions for Mr. Wigline, who's a traffic engineer for former TIA, I'm sure he'd be happy to entertain.
I don't care if he's got a string of credentials from here to the road. He don't live there. He doesn't live there.
I'm just asking.
Okay, I'm straight with you too.
Okay.
When I swore that I'd tell the truth over here, I'm telling you the truth.
Well, and I'm looking for what facts you're trying to give counsel besides your opinion. So just to be clear, the facts that you're offering.
Mine don't count.
What about that?
My experience doesn't count.
Well, sure, counsel, but counsel can only consider certain things by statute. It's not my rule. It's not their rule. Approving or denying this permit. So I just want to be clear and make sure I understand what you're submitting. So there's no evidence, like no documentary evidence. Is that right? And you're not a traffic engineer. Is that correct?
No. Well, I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll pick you up Monday morning. You come over to my house, and we'll leave at 8 o'clock. We'll leave at 8 o'clock, and don't plan on being at your office.
And just to be clear, your experience is not based on the improvements that are proposed to be performed by Firestone.
Yes, that's what I said. I don't have a problem with them.
With regard to
with no increase, no 1,200 member church, no K through 12th grade school.
So I'm talking about, there's certain improvements that Five Stones is going to perform to present Newtown Culbertson Road and the entryway to that site as part of this S&P.
They are?
Yes.
Okay, so what are those?
Mr. Woodbine, would you like to speak to that?
Yeah. What are they going to change on Culbertson in Newtown? Five Stone now. We're not talking about somebody else, because she said Five Stone's going to do it. So what are they going to do?
For Cuthbertson and Newtown, the intersection there where Cuthbertson ties into Newtown, there'll be a storage extension of, I think it's 100 or 200 feet for the new left turn lane that the Pfister property. Yep, so the Pfister property is taking care of putting in a left turn lane there currently.
Oh, so not Five Stone?
Well, so they're currently putting in a turn lane. Five Stones is going to go in and extend that turn lane to provide additional storage for more vehicles to line up to be able to make that turn.
To what extent?
For how long? I can tell you exactly.
Well, I'm getting how many across.
That's what I'll tell you how much.
Okay.
So 450 feet, which is effectively 20. We assume 25 foot per car. 4 times 4 is 16, so about 18, 20 cars. Yep. To make that left turn.
They're going to do that.
Yes, sir. And then, in addition, with the implementation of their phase 2, when they actually get the other drive put in, they're also providing a 300-foot right turn lane on Newtown. So if you're coming up to turn right on the Cuthbertson from Newtown, you'll have your own dedicated turn lane and won't have to sit in that through lane and wait for those to clear out of the city.
Wouldn't it have made, you the DOT man, I guess, wouldn't it have made more sense to just put a traffic circle there and took in Farm Creek and all? Right now, people pay no attention to those folks that live on Farm Creek. Okay, they just pull up there and block the road. They can't turn in, they can't get out. It just looks like it would make more sense to me to put a traffic circle in. I know that's more money. I understand that. But to me, it looks like you're just putting a Band-Aid on the situation.
And I can't speak to that. We weren't required to analyze it as a roundabout. I didn't take that into account. I can tell you that the traffic volumes at that intersection are fairly high. In order to make a roundabout work, it has to be certain specific conditions. But I can't really speak any further into that.
Just to be clear, the TIA that's in reference is Exhibit 4. Sorry, the marks submitted. Mr. Woodbine, would be, based on TIA, does the LOS level service for the intersection of Cuthbertson and Newtown with these improvements improve?
Yes, it'll improve over what is currently existing.
That's right.
Over what?
Thank y'all. I apologize. Any questions you got?
Yeah, I do have one question. You don't look at a new game.
For all of you young people, mules were kind of funny in their day. I mean, you could have a fence up out here and have it up for 3 or 4 or 5 years, take the fence down, they still wouldn't go across there. Okay, I mean, it sounds kind of weird, but that's the truth. That's the truth. Okay.
That's a fact.
Thank y'all for giving me an opportunity to speak, and I appreciate it. Thank you.
Sorry, folks.
We're gonna ask one more tonight, okay? And then that leaves us 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 left for next week, okay? And then public comment.
Next week?
I mean,
One.
so Mr. David Long, is it
Mine's the big one.
You have a computer.
Yeah, we're gonna have to. Here's the record, David Wild, on Greenwood Drive. There are 2 videos that were taken last year showing the current traffic conditions on Cuthbertson in the afternoon and school itself.
Go up, I'll let, do the file, find the file. There's a file forward called Cuthbertson.
And this will be exhibit 19.
Madam, I believe that's correct. Thank you.
Go down and find some.
You have some good attention.
Yeah, there. Yeah, Cuthbertson. There it is. Right there. That's all line there. Yeah, play that first one. This first one was taken before you go. This was taken on November 18th at approximately 3:30. This is turning left from Newtown onto Cuthbertson. This is one of the better days.
That's exactly, you're exactly right there.
Yep. Watch this tape. My wife was taking it. My house driving.
There's our house. Just for the record, this would be.
Yeah, it goes. This goes on. We've been there on the 10th of this month, and the traffic was backed up until the light at the traffic light at Waynewood.
At the school.
At the school.
Yeah.
Go down to the bottom one.
Give me one moment. Exhibit,
go ahead.
Sorry. Exhibit 19A is identified as or labeled 22.
Oh, yeah. That was
202.
just whatever the phone did.
1118 underscore 2226.
It'll give us the wrong.
Yes.
This was taken
November 18th of 2021 at about approximately 3:30 p.m.
Probably 15, 22, 22, 26.
I don't know.
Think of that.
Okay, you want the bottom one?
And this one was taken on December 3rd at approximately 5:30 p.m.
This would be
And
exhibit.
this is going the other way on Cuthbertson towards Newtown. And there you can see. And this video is 6 minutes long. You don't have to watch the whole thing if you don't want to. This is the stop and start. And this is yeah, you're approximately at Five Stones entrance. And this is how long it takes to get to Newtown.
Yeah, then we want to watch the whole 6
You don't need, yeah, you should have been there when I was driving. So anyway, those are my two evidences of how bad the traffic is. Whether the improvements that are going to be made to Newtown and Cuthbertson help, I guess time will tell.
Just to be clear again for the record,
Yes.
this is an image file that ends in underscore 1727.
172706.
Sir, would you just play the last one?
W-Y and yellow LDE. I don't know whether you can copy these files or not. You're free to have them.
Yeah, you'll have to send them a copy of both.
Okay.
Mr. Roberts,
Yes.
what did you say your address was?
1261 Waynewood.
Yeah, that's on here.
Apologize. And Mr. Wilder,
Yes.
your primary contention is of this traffic issue, is that right?
Yes.
And just to be clear, you're not an engineer or?
No. Worry about what additional traffic. This is how it is right now.
Sure.
That's what we got experts to tell us.
And again, this by statute, labeling as testimony regarding traffic issues is not properly considered by council on the side of the SVP. Do you have questions for Mr. Woodline, Mr. Wilder?
No. You know, when is these improvements going to happen at Cuthbertson and Newtown? Do you have an idea?
So the original turn lane
there's no left turn lane.
I understand, but from a standpoint of what's currently planned to be in, from my latest understanding and talking with the developer of the Pfister site, they are anticipated from the last time I checked with them, it was probably Octoberish. They said that
this year
of 21. Of October 21, I spoke with that developer, and they indicated that they would be likely starting construction for their portion of the left turn lane this spring. So they were in the planning process of getting their construction drawings approved by NCDOT, and they were going to start
house
construction.
around the corner. Are they planning on tearing that down? I
They're
don't know where the rooms
they're going to have to work in. They're designing that, and they may have that. They may have that.
We're not
currently designed.
we're not there yet.
But-
We're still in line.
Yeah. So you're talking about improvements on Newtown Road to get to Cuthbertson?
No, cut.
On Cuthbertson, and on a left turn lane on Cuthbertson to turn left onto Newtown Road. That will be implemented by the Pfister property developer. By the point of, again, from my last discussion with that developer, which is David Weekley, I had that discussion with them. They're anticipating construction this spring. So before Five Stones is allowed to open their first interim up to 200 students, according to the TIA, the extension of that turn lane to 400 feet will need to be completed. So before they can ever have their first student added into their site, before the school opens, that improvement will that left turn lane will be extended up to 400 feet. And that's an NCDOT requirement based on how the traffic study was written and based on the current phasing plans that are done.
Have you been at that intersection?
Yes, sir, I have been at that intersection.
There's limited amount of land there.
I understand, and I've taken the very same video you have. I go out and inspect these things as well. So, from a standpoint, the analysis results I have show that queue is extensive, and just from a simulation standpoint, at some points is almost a mile back.
Yeah.
And the thing from my analysis, what my analysis also shows is with these improvements, it reduces that queue down substantially to where it's 400 or 500 feet instead of a mile. So this is going to be a very big improvement that is going to help with the queuing and the delay felt at this intersection.
Here's the intersection. Tell me what land is going to be destroyed to the left turn lane. You can't go to the right. There's a house there.
So you need approximately 11 feet for a turn lane. And you can do asymmetrical, you can do symmetrical widening. Again, it's a requirement as a part of the Pfister developer, David Weekley has to do, and it's a requirement as a part of the Five Stones project. So whether they take a couple of feet from each side, and maybe they narrow down the existing lanes a little bit, they'll have to maintain at least 11-foot lanes, and they'll widen to a point that it's acceptable by the state where the state won't allow it. So that's all being handled in design. I'm not a site civil designer that's going through and providing any plans. I know that is currently being under work for the David Weekley site, and I know that again, according to their latest projections, those are probably pretty close to complete, and they have their understanding of where it's going to go. And whether they're doing that currently within the existing right-of-way that's there by NCDOT, they may be doing that. If not, they've already reached out to the existing property owners to acquire that right-of-way where they can't start construction.
6 minutes, I haven't turned yet.
Now, you're referencing the TIA study that David Weekley Development did.
Yes, I performed that study as well.
So you did do that study too?
Yes, ma'am.
So did you have any measurement or assessment of how many of the cars go left versus right at that intersection?
Yes, it was included in the traffic count there.
Okay.
Would you like to know that number?
What percentage is there?
Yeah.
It's an exhibit 4, I believe, maybe.
Yes.
What do you give me a reference? But
So it's figure 2 out of the TIA. In the morning peak, 186 left turns versus 390 right turns. So that's why it made more sense to give storage to the left lane and allow the right lane to be the terminating lane with the maximum amount of storage.
I'm sorry, can you give me those numbers again?
Yes, sir. That is 186 northbound left turns compared to 390 northbound right turns in the morning.
And that was over a period of how much time?
That is 1 hour, the worst peak hour in the morning, the AM peak. The afternoon, if you want those numbers as well, were 58 northbound left turns and 407 northbound right turns. So it's definitely a higher distribution towards the right, again, which is why it makes sense to provide a left turn lane versus a right turn lane.
One left turner backs up a dozen right turners.
And that's what the separating that out is going to help to alleviate with the heavy volume of right turns. Because in addition to the left turn lane, what you're also going to get, I don't know, the appropriate term is a right turn overlap phase, but what that actually is, if you ever go to a signal and you see a doghouse, right, it's got the single light at the top and it's got two side to side. When the left turns, let me say westbound left turns on Newtown get their arrow to turn, your northbound right is also going to get a green arrow. So we're actually adding an additional signal phase to help clear out that right turn as well. So you're actually going to have a green arrow to turn right to also help move those vehicles along. And it's worth pointing out that the existing level of service at this intersection is a failing F, and it's a very bad F. And with the improvements and the additional traffic from this site and the anticipated growth in either phase, the intersection is anticipated to operate at an acceptable level of D or better. So we take it up 2 whole letter grades, and NCDOT considers a D to be an acceptable level of service when they're even implementing their own designs.
So how with the turning lane that the Fisker group is going to put there, how wide, how long is that? Would you say the Firestone is going to make it 400?
They're doing 250 feet.
So you got until we're 800 feet then.
And then we're doing an additional 200 feet to make that 450 total.
Oh, so it's total inclusive.
Yes, sir. Okay.
Also, it affects Farm Creek.
Mr. Rickon, just to clarify, the reference to the level of service calculation existing and which of deal with the improvements that are proposed. Is that table 6 in existing for the TIA?
Yes.
And it actually shows pretty significant improvement.
That's correct.
So it's going to take that 7-minute wait down to what?
So I will preface this by saying these are simulated projections, but my estimate on that would be takes it down to approximately 40 seconds per vehicle.
Per vehicle.
From what?
Well, like that. So if you were to pull up and stop, if you were to pull up,
if I play this movie again after all the improvements were made, how long?
40 seconds for you. Period. According to these projections and the simulations that we're required to run and that were accepted by NCDOT and West.
So from a mile down the road, roughly.
I don't think it won't be backed up. Is what you're saying.
Exactly. It'll be effectively
a couple dozen cars.
It'll be effectively the cycle length of the signal itself is right around what it's going to be, and that's due to the additional phasing that's added for your northbound right. That's going to have the green arrow. That's for separating the left turns at Newtown that normally are blocking up everyone from making a right. It's providing that additional storage and that additional signal phasing to help alleviate that. I mean, and just to put it into perspective, I mean, we're showing, greater than 200 seconds in some of these situations of what our analysis was. So it's pretty close to what you're seeing and what you're experiencing currently.
When you say 200 seconds, you mean existing or no build?
No build is what I was seeing with the projections.
So if this project is not approved, there would be nearly 200 seconds to it.
Yeah, exactly.
They're going to do the intersection regardless of whether they get approved for the expansion or not?
The northbound left turn from David Weekley will be improved, period. So.
Yeah, this is going to be the last person we're going to speak to this evening. I have a question for the traffic expert. And I'm specifically going to ask the question, and I'm going to ask you not to answer it. I'm going to ask the question and I want you to think about it and come back next month. Apparently we're still going to be talking about this, which worries me.
Everyone has a right to differ.
Oh, I understand that, and I will fight tooth and nail to make sure everybody in this room gets their opinion heard. But I'm asking a question to make it clear that I do not want an answer. It's clear that I do not want an answer on this tonight.
Tonight.
Right. I want you to think about it for a month and come back next month.
Okay.
So here's my question. Is traffic on Cuthbertson Road as it sits right now a problem? That's the yes or no question that you could answer next month. The follow-up question to that was, if we allow the church to add a school, and there's going to be an additional 700 to 800 cars every morning and every night, will the problem be better, worse, or remain the same? And again, take some time, take a month, think about it. Come back next month and be prepared to answer that question. And
Councilmember, you mean with the improvements that are proposed, I assume, will it be better, worse, or the same?
And I'm not including in that question, I'm not including the 500 plus homes that are going to be added down the road or the library. I just want to know if the traffic expert feels that Cuthbertson Road is currently a traffic problem, and if having 700 or 800 cars every morning or 700 or 800 cars every afternoon is going to make the problem better or worse.
In consideration of the improvements that are proposed, right? I think
he can make that. He can make it a two-part answer with the improvements, without the improvements. Okay.
I can let you know that my answer will be the same now as it will be in a month, because I've spent a lot of time here discussing all of this.
What's your answer tonight?
Okay.
Mr. Rob, do you have any further questions?
No more questions for me.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
I know that this has taken a long time, but we are trying to follow the rules and make sure everybody is heard, and it can be frustrating to you. This is no picnic either, okay? So I appreciate those of you who have been very respectful and patient on both sides. It's very much appreciated as we try to work through this, okay?
Can I
So I will,
I have one more question I need to ask.
one more question.
And again, this is for their, is your appraiser here?
he had conflict tonight.
Well, I have a question that I'd like to have the appraisal expert answer the next time we convene. And that's very simple. As an expert in the appraisal process, will adding this school to the existing campus positively, negatively affect the adjacent property owners? Or no change at all? Traffic and the appraisal values are two issues that I'm worried about the most. Not the light, not the buffering of the trees, not the sound. Sound is more of an issue now, but to me it's the property values of the adjacent properties and the issue of traffic.
Do you have a question that we need to have answered?
I have.
You're speaking next time.
Yeah, I have one question that I would like to hear. I would like to hear what 70 decibels of music is actually like.
I actually looked at that. Did you hear that?
I don't know much about sound.
Well, we're gonna buy
like a file or something that we can. It's nothing as hard as like volume is variable, so you can, But
Do you have any kind of equipment?
I mean, we could bring a speaker and raise it to 70 dB, but
And show us on your equipment that it's measuring 70 dB?
we could. But again, to Ms. Drilling's point, there's a lot of physical aspects of geography, building acoustics, ring shape that play into how 70 dB is perceived. So,
Well, apparently, right?
yeah. So,
Look, I think we can probably figure something out. Maybe like it's stipulated that it's the maximum volume when it's played or something like that. I think that'd be good.
But I think that we've heard noise and we've heard live or local perception. perception of what we see or hear in terms of either light or glare or noise. And I think that's what everyone's trying to understand. Given, like, if something was done at a point in time and everybody's trying to extrapolate what that would be in the future. So I think if you can help us with that, that would be great.
Yeah, I don't know much about sound, so I can't make any hard comments, but I think we can probably do something for y'all to help.
So we will continue the public hearing at our next meeting, which is March 14th at 7 p.m.
14th, you said again?
Yes, sir. March 14th at 7 p.m.
Sorry, is there anything else council would like, any other information y'all would like that? I'm sorry.
I'm done.
Yeah, this one. That was mine.
Was there anything on yours that I should have copied? I just copied the other one.
It's not placed in evidence yet. It will be next month, and I'll bring the same thing back.
Perfect.
At that point.
Thank you. Thanks, Cheryl. You're welcome.
You're done with this, right?
Yeah. Okay. I copied the document. Thank you. Thank you. What? Oh, yeah. Right, as long as you did it. Yeah, I did.
That's the one with that's the
I copied it.
first sound video.
Yeah, I copied it.
So you can hold on to it.
You don't have to go home, but you can't stay here. We got
Daryl, piece of paper, just a minute. I was going to label these videos.
We're going to go
Either way, whatever you want to do.
Read my handwriting.
Maybe be better.
I know, right? All right. I'll try this, and if you have any questions, please.
Okay.
Again.
I know where to find you.
Your guess on this chicken scratch may be as good as mine. It's $5.90. Did you have any questions about any of the other exhibits?
Thank you. No.
This is my best guess here. 509.8. Okay, and then these are the Larson.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
And I think, hopefully, I read 19A and B in there.
Mm-hmm.
I'm as messy as usual with these things.
This has been my best job.
Me too.
My husband tells me I don't care.
Thank you all.
Thank you all. Appreciate your time. Happy Valentine's Day.
So update on the comprehensive plan steering committee.
Last month, we went over some drafts of vision statements that were proposed by some of the committee members and discussed those, as well as some discussion about some guiding principles as well. So we've been working on kind of merging what we heard from all the committee members. And we'll be discussing that at some more length at our meeting this month.
The Western Union Municipal Alliance update. May mark your calendars. May 21st is Marvin Day. They're going to have bands and Marvin Day. All sorts of fun stuff. We did have 2 Wesley Chapel residents present, which was interesting. One brought up the concern about Park Place. I don't know if y'all remember it. It's that development in unincorporated Union County, where I forget how many acres it is, but it also includes like 30 acres of commercial and multi-level houses that would be bigger than Millbridge and Waxhaw. It had kind of gone dormant, and council even passed a resolution against it. Well, apparently now it is revived, and they're doing the traffic study, which just amazes me because we're on sewer capacity, right? So how are we going to put it on stuff? So we're going to keep an eye on that and see what is going on. Marvin did win. The county did unanimously vote down the cell phone tower proposed on their borders. And Marvin is discussing the need for a 5G tower ordinance. Are you seeing anybody do that in your world?
No. It would probably be illegal under the Telecommunications Act. I don't know if you can dictate the frequency of service.
Well, I think it was like where they can be or how tall they can be. So he was supposed to send it to everyone. So I'll share it when I receive it.
Did you say they successfully voted down on cell towers?
The county did.
The county.
Has there been a lawsuit yet?
Yeah.
We counted down, we voted down ours initially too, and then it wasn't until afterward that they had to read.
No, they unanimously, the way they made it sound like it wasn't I don't know, unanimously voted it down. So far, they're not being sued. And then they wanted 3 reps to go and talk to the county about ETJ, and definitely Marvin and Weddington had volunteered, and I have already told them that we don't know that we would pursue ETJ, but we'll be supportive and come to the table. So I'm not going to volunteer to be one of those reps, or you, I don't think, because the county is supposed to be meeting to figure out what those transition zones look like. To me, if the county was going to give us ETJ, they would have given it to us. But now the county, they did approve some transition zones, not all. And
My question with ETJ is the reps that have already been chosen, you said 2 have already been chosen out of the 3. Are they pro or anti-ETJ?
They won't. Marvin and Weddington won't ETJ. So,
I think the 3rd rep needs to be on the other side of the issue.
I don't think that you're going to find one in Luma because we all support each other and we all want those transition zones, whether we want ETJ or not. And there is somebody, I don't want to go out and speak either way because we as a council haven't voted on anything. There is going to be a speaker, I don't know if he's from the school government or wherever, but he's coming to talk about ETJ and what it is and what it requires and where it's been done successfully at the March meeting. But WIMA's not going to send, WIMA's group is to go and proactively talk to the county about ETJ. I just think we should wait and see what they establish those transition zones as and how we can influence those areas.
Let me ask this question specifically to David and Deb. Who on the planning board do you think will give up their seat to have somebody from outside of Wesley Chapel take it over?
I would like to see give up their seat.
No, that's not what I asked. Because that's basically what you're doing. You have to take somebody who's outside Wesley Chapel and give them a seat at the table to discuss issues.
I don't think the county's ever going to give ETJ. So I think to me, that's personally a moot point. It is, they said they'd give transition zones. And how are they going to give us influence?
But they
What
can
is
each
that?
approve all of it.
I think most of ours are.
Yeah, what I'm saying is like they didn't buy in and totally approve everything that was recommended already, so
And
don't
like-
get my hopes up too much.
And like Don said, what's the number of costs they have been, and we'll be able to say, hey, county, here's what we want in our homes, and here's what we want in our corners. I just think it's going to talk to the county about it. I'm not going to volunteer for that.
At this point, not.
Is there anybody, you said everybody wants to support everybody else.
That's not what.
So then there can't be anybody from Western Chapel. You're right. I just hate the fact that whoever does go to speak as a representative.
They're not going for a movement, but at least they're looking in their own towns. But the county will know that they're a member of MoMA, and I think the county is a little threatened by the fact that we all talk.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely.
So, but that's all for that. I'll keep reporting back. I want to real quick do a closed session because I have a few questions. I don't know if anybody has that.
What
We need to also make sure that
first
there's going on.
or closed session?
Because my 70 decibels by Carrie.
It's all relative.
It's all
You didn't hear that, did you, David?
It's all
You
that
didn't
you
hear it.
perceive.
But you can go ahead now.
We're all outside. Nobody in the lobby.
Okay.
So you want to do comments first and then okay. Two things. One is the 13 pages that you did on the minutes, and that was. I have got to take my hat off to you. I've been a state secretary for a couple of different organizations, and what you did is. It's brutal. It's brutal. Absolutely brutal. And I think she needs a big pat on the back and maybe a vacation to Hawaii.
Okay.
Is there any way we can get you like an intern or something just to do the minutes?
I don't think you would want an intern to do those minutes.
Pass that to Laura. Next thing, as 4 years ago, the planning board approved a clear-cutting ordinance that was supposed to be sent on to council for final approval. That was in June of 2018. The planning board approved it, but it apparently stopped there. I don't know why. And to clarify, the ordinance doesn't apply to legitimate practices of forestry. You know, it only applies like if it was addressed land being clear cut under the pretense of forestry and then immediately posted for development, as we have had happen here in the village. What's brought this up is Matthews has just enacted a tree protection and land, and I wrote down this stuff so I would say it right, landscaping regulations that establishes time limits and canopy standards. It states that development permits cannot be issued for 3 years after timber removal. And it includes penalties such as fines and lengthy delays in approving development. And I'd like to see this ordinance readdressed and incorporated into ours. Now, the planning board, after they approved this ordinance, it tasked me and Dr. Sandy Ellis, with rewriting because our tree protection stuff was just all buried inside our ordinances. And so we pulled out everything, and we met with foresters, developers, arborists, and we rewrote the whole thing, the whole tree save ordinance. But it, again, never went anywhere. So, and the second thing I gave you was Robin's. The last time she really addressed it was she was saying she was pulling things out and doing this, that, and the other, and incorporating them into it. But anyway, I just think it's about time we go back and look at it. You know, other towns realize the problems that we're having with clear cutting, and you know.
That was it your recommendation that the ordinance come back to planning board for review first?
No, why? I mean, they've already approved it. They approved it in June of 2018.
You can set a public hearing on it, but
Planning board can?
You might want to check the minutes.
What's that?
You might want to check into the minutes to see what they approved.
They approved that right there. That what you can give that to Cheryl. That's what they approved.
And Deb, I assume you reviewed it since it was originally done back in 2000.
4 years ago. Yeah, I looked over it, and I can look at it and tweak it and stuff if we want to. That's fine. I pulled a lot of stuff out of that from the state. They have, the clear cutting stuff, and so I pulled some stuff out of it from there. But yeah, we need to address it. We need to.
So if the planning board approved it, then we can just hold them.
Well, they don't have to approve anything; they just have to review it.
Well, whatever. Yeah. But we can, if we just document that that's truly happened, I'm sure it wasn't because that's that happened. Then we can just do the public meeting next month. Public hearing,
unless we
have to call for it next month, or can we hold it next month?
We have to call for it, but we could put it on our special meeting agenda if we have a special meeting on the damn dam. Could we call for it then? We could, right?
I would like to look at the
minutes.
Was it proposed as a general police power ordinance?
A what?
A general police power ordinance?
I don't know what that is.
It wasn't.
No.
It was approved. It was not approved as a standalone ordinance. It was recommended as a zoning ordinance. Is that correct, or?
Well, that was the problem. We did the clear cutting ordinance, and it was supposed to go inside of the tree save stuff. And then Sandy and I pulled out all the references to tree save and kind of consolidated, and because you couldn't find anything about tree save. If you looked through our ordinances, they were hidden somewhere. So we thought it'd be good to pull out all the tree save stuff and put it as its own separate document. Not really removing it from the other places, but just making an extra one so that people could find it easier. But we can do whatever you guys want. I'll be happy to readdress all that and look at it again and everything.
Maybe I can pull the minutes and send them to Vaughn, and then before you have the special meeting, if you want to include it, you could.
June 2018.
Okay.
Well, I hate to say this, I really do. But don't we owe it to the planning board to at least allow them to review it once more before?
That's up to you. Technically, they have the planning board is an enduring body that has it.
It was 4 years ago.
Sure. Yeah. Things change.
That's true.
That's up to you.
Mad it took us 4 years to do nothing.
I don't know what happened to it. I don't know if it was never presented.
I don't know either.
I think it might have been the transition from Robin,
Mm-hmm.
as Robin was leaving, and it just fell by the wayside somehow. But I thought we'd already approved it.
Well, I thought there was something that was coming up on the state level that would basically take.
That was.
Is it still lurking, or
this isn't going away? Probably. I think the authority that you have under this probably isn't going away. I think there's some other. There's cities that tell you can't cut down a tree in your yard just at your house on a Tuesday, right? And that's what. If anything goes away, that's what will go away. This will probably stick around. Maybe.
So it's a good thing we don't allow tree save on individual property
We just need to address it while there's not an active issue in Wesley Chapel.
Why we need to do that. And it's coming because Vaughn
Yeah.
never called out.
So, the only thing to keep in mind about an ordinance like this, it will still be 100% legal to go out and clear cut your property.
Right.
It's just we're not going to approve development on it for either 3 or 5 years, depending on the circumstance.
Hopefully that'll keep people honest.
But it will not keep. If I was the property owner, I wouldn't care. I'd just go clear cut the property and tell you to pound sand and then sell it. Until it's going to be 3 years before you can do anything with it. That's all I'm saying.
Well, the loophole is... and Vaughn, I know you've not been around as long as this ordinance has been around. The issue was we had people specifically saying, look, I'm going to clear cut my property, I'm going to walk a cow across it because I'm a farmer. I'm clear cutting it for farmland.
Sure.
And then the next day, put it up as commercial. So
it can frustrate those purposes, for sure.
Anytime I see somebody clear cutting anything, my first reaction is they're putting houses there.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Well, this is not going to hurt us.
It will not. Yeah, I mean, it will not hurt you to have it in place. But it will.
It may not help us, but it's not going to hurt.
It will not
We
hurt
could always
you.
take it out and tweak it and change it later, but we'd have.
There's not really much to change because this is basically repeating statute. I mean, you use the statutory authority in this case that you're given, and so that is explicitly what the state has said a local government can do with regard to timber harvested off of it.
And Deb, does this address specifically the issue of, I'm the developer, you're the landowner, you own 100 acres of woods, I want to buy your land and develop it. As long as you clear cut it before you sell it to me, that's legal. And then when I take it over, I can do whatever I want with it.
No,
Does this address that?
Well, yes. Whoever clear cuts that land, I don't care who owns it or when you sell it, if you clear cut it and you don't replant trees in it, you can't do anything on it for 3 to 5 years.
Even if you sell it?
Yeah.
Even if you sell
It goes with the parcel.
It goes with the parcel.
Okay.
Yeah.
I knew you would have factored that in. I just wanted to double check.
Yeah, sure. I appreciate it.
It makes it. The calculation is, A, do I already have a contract with somebody to harvest the timber? And if I do, they're going to come take it. Right. It doesn't matter if I want to sell it and get money for it. Or B, if I'm in control of it, am I going to get more money for selling it versus and selling it to somebody that can build on it next week versus the 10 acres that I have to not cut? And somebody might make the calculation that, sure, I'm going to save the trees and be able to sell it more easily. So it's just an individual calculation in each circumstance, I think.
So the procedure is we call for public hearing.
Well, Cheryl just read them.
I just pulled the minutes from that meeting, and at the meeting, it has Deb Bledsoe handed out language regarding the ordinance text for clear cutting. But at that point, you all were still working on moving all the tree ordinance because it said she would like to pull all references to the subject into one location in the ordinance and include definitions of terms and statement of purpose. She spoke with a local developer who suggested eliminating the tree survey of softwood trees and if the site is over 20 acres to allow surveys of 2 sample sites. Other suggestions are to lower mitigation standards and reduce the required tree caliper. She and Sandy Ells talked to the urban forester and Will Ortiz at Union Power. They will pull together the comments and get them ready for next month's planning board packet.
Yeah, that was for this. That was for the rewrite of the whole ordinance. And that was all that.
But so at that meeting they did not actually vote on it.
Maybe that was the wrong meeting then.
Yeah. I can look around and
I'm happy to bring it back up to the plan.
Yeah. Remember, it came up way long ago when Bill Dustin was here, because I remember him talking to Matthews. That's when it had first come up, but yeah, somehow it never made it into text.
Well, you were on the planning board when we approved it. Do you?
I think so. I don't remember.
Okay.
As I said, I think there was something that came up about the state and we were concerned that whatever we did in the state would override it anyway. It's what I remember, but I may be doing that.
Well, are we allowed to come up with something on our own, or does it have to go to the planning board?
It has to go to the planning board at some point.
Well, if Bob says this supports us and it's what the state statute says, send it back to planning board.
Yeah, I mean, the question is basically, do you want to have an ordinance that says that if you harvest all or substantially all the trees from a property in circumstance A, then you refuse permits for 3 years, circumstance B, refuse permits for 5 years. You can do it for a shorter amount of time. You can't do it for a longer amount of time. It has to be related to the circumstances. So those are the options. I mean, you're pretty well hemmed in.
I say send it back to planning board and we'll figure it out.
Yes, let's send it back to planning board.
And Deb, can we ask that you attend that planning board meeting in case there's any questions that
Yes,
you
I'll
wrote?
be happy to. I was going to say maybe I should go and present it. Or just tell them, repeat what I just told you.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
Come on
When's it
down.
going to be?
2 weeks from tonight.
Yeah.
Okay.
We'll be back again.
Thank you, guys.
Yeah, Snoop Dogg last night said no. No comments. I don't have any comments. Do the time. I mean, there's a couple of things that I do want to share, but they can roll over to the next one.
Is everybody free Tuesday night?
I think I am. That's what, the 22nd or the 22nd next week or tomorrow night?
No, not tomorrow night, because we can't call special meeting back Friday.
The 22nd, yeah, I'm saying.
Yeah. And I'm not gonna call it for later, I'm just trying to see y'all's availability, or even like Friday night. I have no life.
Friday night, I got a poker game.
I have no life. What time does the program start?
Oh, not Friday.
Friday night should tell.
Thursday?
Let's just say Tuesday night.
Thursday night?
Tuesday night. What's wrong?
Laura can't do Tuesday.
Thursday? Thursday's good.
Oh, you can't do it because Cheryl and I have that call on Friday, so we can't do it till after Friday.
Till after Friday, okay. So I can't do it Monday, or we can do it Tuesday. What about Wednesday?
She's gonna be gone for a week.
But, okay, because the Tuesday thing, if we could do something early so I could drive up after that, but 7 o'clock on Tuesday night just won't work for me. I mean, I gotta get up there and get her and drive another hour and a half.
What happens Friday?
Friday, you and I have a call with that EAP person for the dam to beg for an extension at 3 p.m. You might have missed that email.
I haven't seen it yet. Okay.
You sent it right before this.
Okay.
Are you free Friday at 3?
Sure.
You are now, right?
I am now.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's fine.
So that why we're not doing it Friday night? Oh, poker day. No.
What time is your poker game? Well, Cheryl doesn't want to do it on Friday night. She doesn't want to do it on Friday.
Yeah, I've got grandkids Friday night.
On Saturday.
So you're looking at next week?
Yeah, and when are you coming back for us?
Thursday? No.
Oh, yeah, okay.
I mean, you don't need it.
Yeah, you're good at doing that. Would you rather reviewing your information and sharing your opinion prior to the meeting? So let's say for Tuesday night then, okay?
The 22nd?
Yeah. Is that okay with you, Mike, Tuesday night? You don't have
Only night I didn't have anything. I was hoping to take my wife out instead of my
You
sister.
can take her out after. What if we do like 6 o'clock? And you take her out at 7? 6:30? It won't take too long.
That sounds good. 6 o'clock.
It
Yeah.
won't
6
take-
o'clock or
Bring
6:30.
her here. She'll be so entertained.
Oh, shit.
Is that okay?
Tuesday next week.
Tuesday next week at 6 o'clock.
And is it just about the dam?
Just about the dam.
You should let all of Parks and Rec know, specifically Brad.
When's the WUMA meeting? The 24th?
Oh, God. Yes. That means I'm booked up next week too, Mike.
Yep.
Okay.
Okay, 6 p.m. on the 22nd. Okay.
But I won't call for it till later because we can't do it.
And you will send me information on,
Um,
you have anything you said before that meeting on Friday?
yeah, we'll have to have, oh, well, Jordan has to bless 2 contracts for me.
For the dam stuff?
Resolution to exempt ourselves and approve.
Can you do that?
I think it's
Cheryl, Can
basically-
you do that work on next Tuesday? Or do we need to push it back?
Yeah, I mean, I can make a resolution, but I think it'll all be another contract with LaBella to encompass everything else.
All right, so Tuesday at 6.
And lots more money.
Keep it real short, okay?
In all seriousness, I think it should be short. It's not like there's a lot of choice in that.
Yeah, and if you want, we can talk about it beforehand, and then I'll shorten it out. Okay? All right, so that's all my council comments. Okay?
Honestly, what Dennis on, I the minutes, because I will tell you, Cheryl, I don't know if you can see it, the yellow, and the yellow, and the yellow, and the yellow. That's so I know who said what, so I can fill out form out that Mom gave us. So thank you for doing such an exceptional job on that.
Thank you.
And making it easy.
Yeah, I know the minutes have to be verbatim, I think, with quasi-judicial stuff. I was serious about trying to bring somebody in, whether that's an intern or maybe just hire a temp to just come in and do just the minutes for you.
They don't have to be verbatim.
They're not verbatim, but they're darn close with a hawk watching us.
Yeah. But there's no requirement. Verbatim minutes in any situation are only meant to contain a summary of what's happened. There's audio that's available in case a transcript is needed for the hearing.
For the hearing,
for an appeal.
but not for our
But for the actual
minutes, you have to have
minutes
them
are
writing.
just a summary of what happened.
Yeah.
Does it make sense to bring in a temp?
I don't think so. I really don't. I don't think they'd have any idea of what's going on.
Just try to give you a
I appreciate it. But yeah, no, they, you know.
Just know how much we appreciate it.
Thank you. I really appreciate your kind words. Thank you.
Is that all your comments for me? You have something?
I want to be done with this thing. I thought we were going to be done tonight, or at least get it to the point where we vote. And we're going to kick the can until next month, and then probably kick the can on the vote.
Yeah, we're definitely not voting on the same night, because we need to have our ducks in a straight line.
I'm frustrated, I know they're frustrated, not only this side of the room, but that side of the room.
We gave them 2 nights to talk. We're giving them 2 nights to talk. I mean, we're being pretty.
I just don't want to be sitting here 6 months from now being sued, depending on which side decides to sue us after the fact, saying that we didn't follow some procedure right. So I've been trying to sit here with just my mouth shut, and it has not been easy.
That was an easy setup, Mike, and I said no.
I mean, and I think sometimes tonight they just needed to let it out. You know, like it
Well,
was better
yeah,
to
but
let
we
it
got off on
out.
some tangents tonight that I thought were
And a couple were just amusing because they were directed at Madeline. Sorry.
I just hate talking in nauseam about things that, in my opinion, don't matter.
Well, as long as you don't reference that in your evidence for voting,
No, I understand.
we'll be okay.
Exactly.
All right, do we have a motion to adjourn?
What about the closed session?
Oh, shit.
Put that in a minute.
A motion to go into closed session.
No motion.
Second. I think I have 2 questions. George?
Hold on, let me shut this off.